enough members to can start the meeting now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. As I have that confirmation, honorable members, to you, to the minister, the ATG, and other delegates of the department itself, the acting commissioners, both in the UIF and CF as the entities that are appearing before the committee this morning. Of course, civil society structure like PMG that's on the platform. The deputy ministers on the platform. I've seen Deputy Minister Matsinga Shabalala, in case I don't see properly on my side, but all you are acknowledged. Of course, South Africans who also follow this meeting as organized and prepared by our committee support on this platform and the platforms made by Parliament for South Africans to follow our deliberations. You are all acknowledged. Just make sure though that those that are using their gadgets that they name them properly so that we can know who is on the platform, especially at times when rules are not followed, we can be able to make proper reference in that fact. Honorable members, having made those acknowledgements and the fact that we can be able to start the meeting, let me then deal with the formalities quickly so as to manage the time. As we all know, that in this week we are all physically also attending the House. Of course, we then have to manage also the time allocated to committee work in that score, taking into account the traveling arrangements members would have. Of course, this is a committee on employment and labor in the National Assembly. Over and above the virtual platform rules that Parliament has adopted, all rules of the National Assembly to apply to meetings of the committee as stipulated in the rules. Of course, just as a reminder, on meetings convened on this platform, all participants on the platform are reminded that you mute your mic and your video camera until at the time when you're recognized by the chairperson, at which time you will then proceed to unmute your mic and unmute your video camera and proceed to speak. In a situation where you experience connectivity challenges, you indicate for the permission of the chair to mute your video camera so as to maximize your bandwidth and be able to proceed as such. Of course, from time to time, there may be those that lose connectivity. Please ensure at all times as you reconnect back to the meeting that your video camera is muted and your mic also muted, as mics are sensitive and could therefore pick up sounds that may distract the meeting. Honorable members, the point of orders are allowed in terms of the rules. However, you must raise your hand using your gadget for the recognition of the chair, whilst your mic and video is muted until the time that the chair recognizes you to raise the point of order on which the chairperson could rule upon in terms of the rules. Where I'm unable to recognize the hand, committee support will also help in indicating to the chair on the hand that may want to raise the point of order, or further advise not to raise a set point of orders to a point where the meeting collapses on this platform. Honorable members,
I managed to come to the meeting. I received my invitation quite late yesterday, but I managed to cancel one of the meeting. So I'll be here until 10:30, Chair.
All right, so that's about the correction of the apology, and that then also responds to the earlier question on who is that person, right?
Thank you.
So in that score, as we deal with the other apologies, like I said, we can deal with the other matters in the political overview, but I think I will not be doing a good service to the committee if I do not make the reminder that whilst there is oversight and accountability to the committee, we also expect the executive to do the execution, because that accountability also comes out of the execution. In today's one, if members would remember, this would have been raised that we expect that at least the overview must be done by the minister and introduced, especially where it is a matter that the minister handles, not delegated to deputy ministers in that score, at least to give us confidence of the work that's being done. But it will be also not be correct that when you have items to present in the cabinet about execution being a cabinet minister, that is not dealt with. But secondly, there's a difference on the committees where it gets to be extended to other people. But once it gets to the cabinet itself, the minister takes first instance from a point of responsibility as the system stands in the country. So I think for me, we should be, honorable members, taking at least with kindness that we have been prioritized to start here and be able to join cabinet later because of the same seriousness that you asked in the previous meeting that I convey as the chair, and I've done so in that score. So that's why I'm saying let's not crowd the apologies. Maybe let's engage the politics at the time of engagement. So with that having been said, I would want to suggest that we proceed so that we also spend time on the actual items. The matters of the committee, I may want us to be briefed again later when we close the meeting. As you know, there are also certain things that were said to be things that we must perform on this Wednesday in preparation for our program. So I will deal with those later so that we don't mix up matters also in that score. So we can get to a point, honorable members, where we accept and move forward. I know from the committee support, I've been reminded now that we also had an invite on the same day we're having this meeting for the higher education. And my take at the point was that we have got Honorable Van der Walt, who's already in that committee, who sits in this committee. So we should be able to still continue with also our primary task as the committee in that score. So we'll be able to assess whether our absence would be as a result of that, as their meeting is physical and ours is in a way virtual. So with that having been said, I want us to get to the agenda so that one can then explain if the changes on the agenda, because there's been a request on the sides that we probably, as committee support, you are flighting the agenda, is that we will be receiving the reports, but once we get to the presentations, we'll start with the UIF instead, as requested by the ATG, and I've accepted that because we have all gone through the presentations in any way, and then the CF of course, as we usually do, will be, of course, looking at the point of the minister doing the overview in a way that helped to introduce the reports that are coming before us. Of course, once the minister would have done so, we'll then be asking each of the presenters to work on 20 minutes each in the presentation on the basis that members have read the documents, and surely when the minister speaks, there will also be a sense at a high level of where things are with regard to the work in the space. I hope that you are keeping that in mind so as to manage the flow of the engagements. Honorable the Minister, let me then recognize you and welcome you to speak to the committee on the areas you want to speak to the committee, which includes taking us into confidence on matters that are of interest public, as well as in terms of the work we do in our constituencies, that we're able to report accurately in this regard. Honorable the Minister.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. My apologies. I'm on the road as I am heading towards the Cabinet Committee meeting. Good morning to you and also to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and compliments of the new old year. Because now we're meeting for the first time, but the year is not that new, but still the first time we meet. Good morning to the Secretariat of the Cabinet of the Portfolio Committee, the Deputy Minister, the chairpersons of both CF and UIF Advisory Board, the DG, UIF Commissioner, CF Commissioner, all officials on the call, including us from the ministry. As I am in the car, and you can see my background is disrupted by a reflection of a light. I don't know where it comes from. May I request, Chair, that I mute my video.
Yes, please do and proceed.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chairperson, thank you for this opportunity. Yesterday's release of quarterly labor force survey for the fourth quarter of 2025 marks a significant milestone in our labor market trajectory. The official unemployment rate has declined to 31.4%.
Sorry, Honorable Minister. May we ask Maureen to mute the mic, or ICT help us to mute the mic? I just spoken to the rules. Let's adhere to the rules to minimize these disruptions, please. Please proceed, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, unmute your mic and proceed, please.
Oh, sorry, Chair. I was talking muted. Thank you. The official unemployment rate has declined to 31.4%, improving by 0.5 percentage point compared to the previous quarter. What makes this outcome particularly noteworthy is that we have not witnessed this level of improvement since 2020, after several years of volatility and structural strain. This quarter signals a meaningful shift in momentum. The ship is turning. We have deliberately declared 2026 as the Department of Employment and Labor to be the year of putting young South Africans to work in honor of the courageous generation of 1976 youth who confronted injustice and reshaped the future of our country, as we will be commemorating the golden jubilee of that youth uprising. In 1976, the struggle of young people was against the imposition of Afrikaans as a medium of instruction and against a system designed to suppress their potential and silence their aspirations. The struggle confronting young people today, the struggle against youth unemployment, exclusion from economic participation, and barriers to opportunity. In recognition of this historic responsibility, the Department of Employment and Labor will convene its first National Jobs Summit dedicated specifically to youth employment. This summit will give and will bring together, will give government an opportunity and our stakeholders and bring all of us together as government, business, labor, institutions of higher learning, including our international partners and social partners, to develop concrete measurable interventions that expand employment pathways, strengthen workplace training opportunities, and accelerate youth absorption into productive sectors of the economy. Chairperson, we are navigating a fragile global economy characterized by slowing growth, geopolitical tensions, disrupted supply chains, and tightening financial conditions that are constraining investment. Domestically, economic recovery is unfolding alongside significant industrial distress. The restructuring and partial collapse of Tongaat Hewlett have destabilized agricultural manufacturing value chains, while operational crises at ArcelorMittal, South Africa, have raised serious concerns about the future of domestic steel production and its downstream impact on construction and infrastructure. The well-publicized difficulties at Daybreak Foods have further exposed governance and financial sustainability weaknesses within key agro-processing sectors. These developments demonstrate that economic restructuring carries direct consequences for workers, families, and local economies. In this context, institutions such as the UIF and the Compensation Fund play a critical stabilizing role by providing income relief while supporting reskilling, job retention, reintegration into alternative employment opportunities. Chair, we are very excited that we come before the committee today, having heard great news on the performance of our UIF. Investments that UIF entrusted to PIC were valued at 170 billion at 31st March 2025. As at 5 February 2026, these investments have grown by 32 billion rand to 202 billion rand in less than a year. This is good news for the economy at large, as it reflects the good performance of mainly JSE-listed companies. The State of the Nation address by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa positioned jobs, worker protection, and labor market stability at the core of government's delivery agenda. The message was unequivocal. Economic reform only matters if it translates into employment and safeguards livelihoods. Infrastructure rollout, energy stability, logistics reform, and industrial expansion are being driven as integrated levers to unlock labor absorption, not standalone projects. The address reinforced the scale up of the public and social employment programs as a direct response to structural unemployment, alongside stronger pathways for skills development and labor market entry. It also prioritizes the modernization and sustainability of social insurance institutions to ensure they can respond decisively to unemployment, workplace injuries, and economic restructuring. Equally significant was the firm stance on labor market enforcement, expanding inspection capacity and tightening compliance signals, a non-compromise approach to exploitation and regulatory evasion. We are more excited by the pronouncements by the president that will be allocated 10,000 inspectors in the financial year 2026-2027. Coordinated action with law enforcement and immigration authorities underscores a clear principle. Recovery must be anchored in decent work, fair competition, and respect for labor standards. A compliant labor market is not optional. It is foundational to protecting workers, safeguarding responsible employers, and sustaining the UIF and compensation fund over the long term. Let me turn to Unemployment Insurance Fund. Over the first 2 quarters under review, the UIF supported approximately 2.79 million beneficiaries, disbursing more than 15.2 billion rand in income support. That is direct income stabilization for households facing unemployment and labor market shocks. Without this intervention, job losses would translate into deeper poverty and heightened social strain. The fund's revenue base remains resilient. Contribution income increased by over 3% year on year, supported by the registration of more than 16,000 new employers. This reflects expanding coverage and improving compliance, underpinned by strong coordination with SARS, which continues to ensure efficient collection. Strategically, the UIF is shifting from passive income replacement to active labor market participation through the Labor Activation Program, driving job retention, skills development, and reintegration into employment in line with a broader inclusion agenda. On service delivery, the UIF is scaling access through partnerships with banks to simplify employer registration and contributions while making benefit access faster and more seamless for workers. It's even more exciting that we have now started partnering with hospitals to ensure that our pregnant mothers, our injured clients, including those who are sick, don't come to chew in the labor centers. Instead, we take the services to them in hospitals where we will find them. It is also the partnering that we are looking to expand from public hospitals to private hospitals to enable on-site activation of maternity and illness benefits, ensuring that no pregnant or ill worker must chew at labor center. Provincial officers will formally adopt hospitals as service points. To reach underserved communities, 8 mobile offices are already operational, with a further 9 to be fully functional by 31st March this year. Enhanced stakeholder engagement and public education campaigns are strengthening compliance awareness and restoring confidence in the fund. Importantly, the UIF's investment portfolio remains sound, providing the financial backbone required to sustain both benefit payments and program expansion. Persistent organizational constraints have slowed the filling of funded posts, weakening operational capacity and compounding service backlogs, despite recruitment processes being underway. But at least, Chair, we have tried to stabilize the leadership by ensuring that there is this acting UI commissioner who has been seconded to us by DTIC, and we are starting to see stabilization and progress in terms of the work of UIF with the leadership that she has brought. Also at CF, we have since finalized appointment of the advisory board there. In the House today, as I did earlier on, we have the newly appointed chairperson of the CF board, who is also a woman. But it's also heartbreaking when you hear honorable members who are also women referring to leaders that we appoint from time to time. That woman, and her name is Dinao Lerutla, So she is in the meeting, I hope, because she is the newly appointed board chairperson. And also we have finalized the issue of the DC of the former UIC commissioner that had caused us not to be able to move on with the recruitment. A decision has been since taken, he has been dismissed, so we are able now to get a suitable candidate as a UI commissioner. Turning now to compensation fund, it remains a cornerstone of the social protection system, compensating, rehabilitating, and reintegrating workers who suffer occupational injuries and diseases. Financially, performance has been solid. Total revenue reached approximately 17.6 billion rand during the reporting period, largely driven by employer assessments during the return of earnings season, complemented by investment income that has reinforced long-term sustainability. On service delivery, there has been measurable progress. Significant volumes of claims and benefits were processed, with hundreds of thousands of payments finalized within targeted timeframes. Improvements in adjudication, reopening of claims, and the processing of medical invoices and assistive devices signal strengthening administrative capacity. At the same time, structural constraints persist. Some targets, particularly around turnaround times for benefit payments and claim adjudication, were not fully achieved, reflecting operational bottlenecks and capacity gaps. Expenditure underperformance linked to recruitment delays, ICT procurement backlogs, and administrative issues around doubtful debts risk slowing reform momentum. In addition, outstanding employer debt remains a pressure point, making enhanced debt collection and debt book cleansing critical to revenue sustainability. The trajectory is positive, but accelerated execution is essential to close the performance gaps and fully modernize the institution. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, taken together, the UIF and the compensation fund remain functional, financially viable, and aligned with the state's development agenda. Both are evolving beyond traditional compensation models toward active labor market participation, rehabilitation, and reintegration, while implementing governance and operational reforms to strengthen accountability and service delivery. However, shared structural challenges persist, including ICT modernization, capacity constraints, revenue sustainability pressures, and slow turnaround times. These must be confronted decisively, as institutional credibility depends on efficient, timely support to workers. In a context defined by unemployment, inequality, workplace safety concerns, and rising living costs, these funds are central pillars of social protection. They reflect a state that is actively safeguarding livelihoods and promoting economic participation. The Portfolio Committee's role in defending their strategic value while exercising firm oversight to resolve weaknesses and enhance the performance is critical. The Acting Director General and the team will therefore present the details of the report. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members.
Minister, honorable members, remember that I indicated that political questions will not be dealt with in the apologies, but at the time when we have had that aspect. And I know that the minister will still be with us from what has been raised and leave earlier. But because the presentations, we have seen them, and as I said, we'll allocate that time. But of course, I'm using the discretion now of being the chair so that there's no issue that there is no response to matters later on because they are in the overview of the minister. And I'm sure Honorable Minister will be amenable to that, that if there are those quick clarity questions on your overview so that they are not raised in your absence, you can be able to respond to that and so that at the time you would have left, those would have been addressed. Detailed questions would then be dealt with on the presentations by those in any way that are executing that work at that level, and they will be able to respond as such. So I take it that you'll be amenable to that, so that members do not think that they've been made not to raise the points they wanted to raise. Thank you, Mr. Honorable members, I'll just check at this point if there would be matters you wanted to raise politically that must be raised with the minister, and the minister is able to take those forward in that score. So I will check if there's that, and you'll be able to give your and I'll just give 5 minutes each. If that is not gonna take longer because we need response. And as I say, it's not to get to the presentation, but on the matters raised by the minister that you wanted to get clarified on politically. So if I don't see your hand, you will then indicate on the chat, or at least open up the mic, and then I'll be able to see. Honorable Minister, I take it that that indication was like you're fine with that.
Yes, Chairperson, I am
Okay.
fine. Thank you.
Honorable Mukwili, Honorable Sungula, those are the ones I see here. You can then proceed in the meantime, and I'll get to slap in bed.
And Honorable Mbed.
No, I've indicated that I'll come back to yourselves. I'm just managing the time. 5 minutes, that will be too much. When I look at the time here, at least try and get to the 3 minutes rule.
Not,
We are able to give space for each other. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Chair. And thank you, Honorable Minister, and compliments of the new season to you and everybody whom we haven't met this year. And I would like to, Chair, sensitize the minister. You know, sometimes we must not hide behind gender. To say because a person is a woman, therefore she must be treated otherwise. Yes, we are gender sensitive, and we are against gender-based violence, especially for children and women, as it is a pandemic in the country. However, Chair, I once asked Minister questions on the appointment of the UIF chairperson, having had the issues on criminal conduct. And I asked her whether the person that is going to be appointed, which is Mrs. Zodwa Manase, is she a credible candidate to head the bleeding UIF? So I'm still in that point. How, and again, Chair, it's very disappointing for us to every time having minister to attend to us for a few minutes. We have so many issues that we want to raise with the minister. Issues of unemployment rate that is supposedly to have dropped, with issues that are affecting young people, with issues that are affecting South Africans that has lost hope to this country. So it's very disappointing, honestly, to be given 5 minutes to engage with the minister, who always prioritize cabinet over us to hold her accountable as an executive. It's just my plea, Chair, to say, Minister, once in a while this year, just make time for us. so that we can be able to converse with you and to give you guidance on how to get rid of unemployment rate in South Africa, and especially to the young people. I just want to say I'm very disappointed that the minister is leaving us. And the issue of the vetting of chairpersons of critical entities of government that are holding the huge purse of vulnerable South Africans and vulnerable workers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mukwege.
Thank you, Chair. I'll also be very brief. Greetings, Minister, Chair, colleagues, and everyone on the platform. I just want to focus on the assertion by the Minister relating to the decrease in the unemployment rate. Whether the Minister is following in terms of what is happening in other sectors that would increase the unemployment. I'll make example about two sectors. The first, it is the automotive sector, where we've seen that there's an increase in the vehicles that are produced in Asia, and there are instances whereby companies such as VW, Mercedes-Benz, and BMW have halted production in the different parts of the country for some time, which in my view is an indication that those companies might end up closing. And whether, so when they close, definitely our unemployment is going to worsen. So I wanted to check, Minister, if you are following and what steps have been taken in that regard to ensure that we don't get to a level where the companies eventually close, and after they close, we then have we've got a crisis in the unemployment more than what we currently have. And what proactive steps are you taking, especially when it comes to engaging trade and industry, for the protection of those sectors or the protection of the production plants that we currently have in the automotive sector? The other issue, Chair, it is the issue of the tobacco industry. We know that BETSA or BETSA closed a plant in Hildenburg. And, that is part of a widespread problem of the industrialization of our country, whereby we've got companies that are closing in South Africa, and when they close, the small towns in which they were operating and having factories in, they become ghost towns. Now, have you been following what has been happening, Minister, in the tobacco industry, especially in light of the bill that the Department of Health is basically pushing and looking at the impact that bill therefore will have if it's adopted in its current form? What impact will that have now on the jobs in the country in that particular sector, given how BETSA closed due to the illicit trade that has somewhat taken over, I think, over 70% of the entire tobacco industry in the country. So for me, those are the two main issues, Chair, because I just really need the minister to, to have a proactive approach, and at the same time look into the other sectors that the manner in which they are operating, there's a real risk of, making worse the jobs crisis that we have in the country, particularly from the government side. On the health aspect, when the government is trying to introduce bills that will make the jobs issue to be worsened because it's not well thought of, and there's no consideration on the impact it will have on the illicit trade that will lead to jobs being lost, because the law-abiding companies are going to be under pressure and the illicit trade is going to boom. So that is what I wanted to ask the minister. Thank you.
Honorable Mpele, and Honorable Slepe. And then I'll take the last.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me greet the minister yourself and the members, our colleagues, and also the officials, senior officials, and our other officials. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm not going to be long. I think I've just heard the minister talking about the investment, which is it's exciting. We're doing good, but at the same time, I would like to propose that so that when we are excited at this level, even the community, it must have a meaning. It must also be visible, that excitement, so that at the end of the day, whatever this investment that we are having, it must really benefit the what you call the community. So that means then, in terms of the lab, because at this current moment, Minister, the lab, according to me, is not really addressing the issue of the unemployment. It does not create the sustainable jobs. Even if I can ask now that how many sustainable jobs has it created? It's only talking about the issues of the training, nothing else. But on the other hand, we have so many opportunities that we can use to make sure that we are creating those jobs. We've got men and women outside there who are having very good ideas on certain programs that we think and projects that we see that these projects they can really benefit our people. So that is why I would like to propose a chairperson that at least before maybe before it's either the end of this month or at the beginning of March, we have something like a workshop or a strat plan where we are going to discuss this issue of the lab on how really is it going to make an impact, on how are we really going to be creating these sustainable jobs, so that at the end of the day, whatever that is said in the parliament, and then we know that, okay, we are ready and we can report maybe by June and say, here is the report. We have created so many jobs. We have empowered so many people. So, which is for me, it's what I'm pleading at this moment. And then the other thing, Chairperson, I would like us to also to look at the issues of the nurses and the teachers, because there are certain organizations there out there that are prepared to take to contribute in terms of the unemployment of the nurses and also the teachers, where those are the unemployed graduates, which are really bringing on board the very good ideas, which I believe that we can also support, because that is part of creation of employment as well. And also, I think it will be the last one, Chairperson, the issue of the rural areas. I always talk about it. I really always talk about it. That we should have those labor centers as many as possible, in the rural areas. We can even talk to Amakosi to have, maybe if we don't have maybe budget for now, they've got their buildings that they are not working. Those buildings, and then make sure that really we bring those services to the rural areas, because when we do our constituency, you will find that they are complaining about those issues, that everything that they have to do, even in our department, those unemployed laborers members, they are taking money which they don't have. They have to travel to towns. So I think we should also look at that one and then measure ourselves in terms of the performance on that one. And then the issue of Tongati as well. Can we? This is cut.
You know the rule.
Yeah.
You know that.
Okay, no, I'm done. The issue of Tongati as well. Yeah, I'm happy that you are talking about it. But yeah, thank you very much.
Leave it to
Che.
Honorable Slab.
Yeah.
Honorable Slab.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
Honorable Myers.
Thank you, Chair. Very output. Thank you, Chair. No, mine is very, very short, Chair. No, man, let me start by greeting the Minister and the Deputy Minister. the DG officials and the support staff and my colleagues. Chairperson, I just want to indicate something. Minister made mention the release of a quota survey for labor that has declined by 0.5%. But in an honest truth, I don't think that is the truth. What is the minister is telling us? Those indications, yes, they can be there just maybe to soften us, but I don't think I'm part of that because we know exactly. I went through the statement, Minister, yourself that you've released on the 2nd of September, where you have indicated that, I think that was our last quarter, that about 3,500 to 4,000 job losses. And then on the downstream, further on the downstream is that is 100,000 job. With a first quarter, the survey now indicating that there's a decline. How, like, I'm failing to understand the turnaround. When was that? When people of that massive numbers has been employed, where and how, when? We didn't know about anything. But if you look at the smelters industry, people are losing job every day. Retrenchment notice, 600 employees got retrench notice due to energy cost. Like, all those things are there, contributing in job losses, but they're saying it has declined. We shouldn't tell the lie to our people. Let's have a better way of dealing with this pandemic. I don't want us to come to this platform and tell people lies. This is not the truth what the minister is saying. She's saying what is not practical proven. We don't want to listen to those kind of things. Furthermore, Minister, your colleague, Deputy Minister Sbia, last year, September, he went to Newcastle to conduct the oversight visit, apparently, where he visited the textile industry. There's a lot of things happened on that particular day. But ever since there, I thought on your summary, you will indicate that, but you said nothing about it at all. And when we look, apparently the committee is coming from oversight on the very same area. There's a lot happening, criminal things happening there, but there's nothing has been said about that, and it's a very serious issue. I'm quite surprised. Why is the cabinet not taking that thing that is happening in Newcastle very serious? It needs to be attended. It's a very serious thing. We find that people have been exploited to core. Like, there's no one in South Africa deserves the treatment that we saw in Newcastle. I think, Minister, you need to zoom in and check what's happening, or get your colleague, Deputy Minister, and understand what's really happening in Newcastle, because this thing definitely is going to go out of hand if the cabinet is not like taking into consideration that the Newcastle area, it's a hotspot of pandemic, of exploiting people. We need that thing to be attended to. We cannot waste any more time on that thing. And the last one, Chair, as I'm closing, with the executive.
That's the reason my photo is up.
Oh, yes, yes.
To remind you to look at it that your time is up.
Yes, yes, Chair, we are eating on my time now. Thank you. Is that we know now we're not going to allow, because we as politicians, we're getting insult to our people, from our people. It's because of the executive that are blocking the development from our people. We want everyone to perform his or her duty. If you're not, then you'll be out of the office, and get someone who can perform the duty to assist our people on the ground in a proper way. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Maetso.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the Minister, Deputy Minister, the acting DG, and the members of the entities present here, and the honorable members. Greetings to fellow South Africans. Chair, let's welcome the input of the Minister, the high-level political input. And I'm happy that you said that we, before the minister can leave, we must raise high-level political issues with her for consideration. And I want to appreciate the fact that in advance we received the presentation that are going to be presented, and I'm not going to engage them now, but just to highlight on the SONA, what the president has made a call to action through the creation of 10,000 new extension officers to support the farmers and improve agricultural productivity, which will in any way give rise to many opportunities for young people to be employed in the agricultural sector, Minister. And the president has also confirmed that a firm decision has been made. Number one, to vaccinate the national herd of 14 million cattle, and number two, also acquisition of 28 million vaccines over the next 12 months. Now, and as far as the state of readiness, in relation to this particular initiative, the Department of Labor has a critical legislative mandate, Minister, to ensure that enabling process is achieved. And this will include, but not limited, identifying and recruiting the cohorts suitable for the nature of employment envisaged, which is going to be an opportunity for our people, and also identifying the critical skills gaps and required interventions to equip these candidates for the envisaged positions. Now, responding in terms of this particular initiative in the SONA by the president is that the current existing lab should be to fast track the mandate as we had done before, so that we are now able to create more job opportunities, so that young people and all other people, particularly in the rural areas of Limpopo, KZN, Eastern Cape, Northwest, in Mpumalanga, they can be able to get employment opportunities with regard to this. And Minister, I think this must be an ongoing engagement with yourselves, so that you then ensure that whatever the issues that are being raised of unemployment is the issue of the past, because on its own, this program will then help the current existing lab activation program to ensure that we respond decisively to the unemployment crisis facing the country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Maetso. I would want that those who have spoken, you can lower your hands so that I do not mistake you. For point of order, Honorable Sungula, because I'm about to give now the Minister the opportunity to respond. But as you do respond, Honorable Minister, of course, it's also a duty from a point of the chair of the oversight. And we have been watching, and I thought that in your input, you will also give us your own honest assessment of the situation in the Northwest. We saw you opening up labor center, I think that was in the Mkhwase area, on whether this responds to the issues that we have raised during the oversight, but also visits to the lab projects in that space, as to your assessment, given also what we have raised post the Northwest oversight that we did as a committee. So just put that also as you as you respond to the points made by members. Of course, others are more or suggestions also on what you should be looking at. Can we give that, Honorable Minister, so that by the time you start your other meeting, at least you've had a chance to respond. The other matters we can deal with them with the presenters and the Deputy Minister, Namatsinga Chabala. I hope you can hear me, Honorable Minister.
Yes, Chairperson, I can hear you. My apologies, I'm trying to take notes on your last points that you just raised so that I don't miss any as I try to respond. I missed the name of the Honorable Member before Honorable Maetso. I had recorded the member as Honorable Maetso. Sorry, Chairperson.
No, that's Honorable Slebe.
Slebe. Okay, thank you
Yes.
so much. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you so much, honorable members, for your comments and questions. It's always empowering to be part of this meeting. Honorable Mukwili, I think I don't have an issue with us doing due diligence when we look at those who we engage to give us their service, be it as members of the governance structures or administrators. But I was just commenting on the utterance to refer to the chairperson as that woman. So I was just raising that point that it is unfortunate. Otherwise, no one has a responsibility of protecting anyone, regardless of being a woman or a man. We must ensure that we follow the laws of the Republic to the letter in terms of what is expected. So I want to also still commit to the committee that soon as we get the feedback on the vetting process that has been done by SSA, we'll come back and report the outcomes of that, as I committed earlier on when this matter was raised. No one is in a business of protecting anyone. That one, the members of the committee must rest assured. Honorable Zungula, on the issue of the decrease of employment rate and the issue of the performance of different sectors and the role of employment and labor as a department and as a ministry, our engagement with the DTIC and all others. We are trying our best to be present so that we don't just wait and see. Hence, we've got an entity called Productivity SA that from time to time engages to ensure that the productivity, there's turnaround of businesses in distress, and also they managed to save more than 6,000 jobs in the past semester. So there is work that we are doing. We don't wait until we have to intervene through tears or lament when the jobs are shed. So with that one, I can assure the committee members that we are in that space. We are working with TTIC. Other things are as a result of the globalization and the issue that there is access now to international trade and international markets also, or ourselves, we are also used as an international market for other businesses in the globe, which sometimes is unavoidable, but the issues also of the infrastructure. Hence, we are very excited with the State of the Nation address of the President that talked to a lot of green shoots that we have seen, the improvement of the infrastructure, in particular, the logistics, freight logistics, and the ports, where sometimes there are serious challenges in terms of the markets abroad being satisfied by us supplying because of those challenges. The ease of doing business with the businesses who are sometimes finding themselves having to close down, to retrench, to wind down, or to reduce their capacities. We are engaging, even with the ministers, including the Minister of Electricity and Energy, where there are issues of tariffs and issues of imports. When you compare imports and how other countries like China, they are assisted by their own governments in terms of easing the cost of doing business through interventions of different forms, including the issue of tariffs. So we are looking at the regulatory environment when we are engaging with DTIC. But it's unfortunate that other companies, it's unavoidable that they close. And as they're, sometimes we find ourselves having a little to do because we're not necessarily about intervening by ensuring that we provide material, tangible support, be it financially. But ours is when the businesses, after we've tried through productivity SA, end up having to retrench. Then if we are able to avoid that by helping them through TERS, which is the approach of rescuing and helping the companies to whilst they are looking at measures of turning their businesses around to pay their employees that maximum of 70% for those who are earning beyond 17,000 through TERS. So we are trying to say we are in that space, we are assisting where we can, but other things are beyond what GEL can do because of the economy. But we're also happy that the economy is growing, because if then the economy is growing, even businesses in South Africa will be viable. But we can't say no business will close. We will stop them from closing down if then it is necessary that they close because of different reasons. We take the issue of the closure of PETSA, the closure of the tobacco bill. Our understanding also of the tobacco bill is that the tobacco bill is from the department, is by the Department of Health, and the Department of Health is the intention is to ensure that they strengthen their public health protections, and they regulate and restrict and even limit smoking, vaping, but that may have mixed employment effects or unemployment challenges. So we agree that there are those issues. But while stricter regulations could reduce jobs in tobacco farming, manufacturing and small retail, especially vulnerable rural and informal sectors, the long-term benefits may include improved worker health, higher productivity, and opportunities for economic diversification. So we are not purely saying there must be no regulations because we want jobs. We want jobs at all costs. So we note those issues that the members are raising in terms of what may be the implications of that. Honorable Mpele, sustainable jobs and LAP. We agree. I think I link that question with the one of the chairperson. We'll agree that not necessarily that LAP is providing sustainable jobs, but is part of the intervention by government to ensure that there is employment opportunities. Because once you give skills to the people, young people in particular, they can either be lined up for opportunities for employment or even self-employment. Ideally, we would have loved through the introduction of the compulsory element in our contracting with the partners on LAP that if you are appointed successfully to be our partner, it is part of the contractual obligation that you ensure that those who you train are at least exposed to world of work, at least to a minimum of 2 years. It's part of the contract. And it's a new condition or pre-requirement that has been since introduced by the 6th administration, starting from the cohort that was advertised in 2022-2023 financial years, which only started in earnest last year. So majority of them are still doing their year training. Only those who were 6 months skills programs have completed. And as the chairperson is saying, with the ones that are visited in the Eastern Cape, Western Cape in particular, because if you remember, we started giving these contracts through the events that the minister led in the Western Cape in January, then followed by Eastern Cape in February. So we said, let's go and have a feel. There are those that we see that they will provide sustainable job opportunities for the trainees, but there are those who are still waiting to see when they finish the year, are they going to be able then to comply with what is in the contract to say at least 2 years. It's something that we just introduced It's our opportunity to monitor it. And I'm starting to be disappointed. And I even raised this issue with the DG to say we need to be part of those certification programs so that we are able then ourselves to see and be part of hearing if what we were told will be done by the partners. It is done. We must be there as the ministry, go to these places, get to understand, because the few that we have seen, it looks like the partners will not comply to the latter. We don't want then with just the tip of an iceberg of what we have visited to conclude that it will be the trend. But we are there, we'll monitor and we'll report to the committee. And we are informed by that we used our position as the chairperson of the Government Business Committee on Jobs, Skills, Entrepreneurship, which I am chairing, co-chairing with the business representative, that we said, let's conduct a study, which was done last year. Let's conduct a study of which sectors need which jobs, or which are the jobs that are needed by the labor sector in terms of sectors. So that we are able to say, even our programs, when we intervene, we can use that, because higher education and training, small business development, DTIC are also part of that Government Business Committee. We will influence using our position as chairperson to ensure that even the sitters themselves, because we have seen that it is a trend, that training does not necessarily result to jobs, which is something we want to correct, want to know the demand-led skills so that we provide those skills to our people. So it is for that reason that will come to the portfolio committee and say, as we declared the year as the year of putting young South Africans to work, what is it that we think we're going to do differently? And we are repurposing the lab so that it really responds to those issues. We don't need to be discussing issues of jobs once people have been given skills. Of course, you can't expect everybody who's been trained to be employed by government. It's either people will be self-employed or employed by private sector, also government. That's the area that we want to focus on this financial year as we reconceptualize our lab in terms of policy, that not everybody must come and say, I will train so many people. Training on what scale, and what then happens after those people are skilled. That is what we are dealing with, as we'll be starting with our own 7th administration cohort this financial year. On the issues of unemployed graduates, I can't agree more. It's just that I haven't found time to go into detail to see what is the quarterly labor force survey saying now that was released. Because if we look at what was released before, the most affected, hardly hit category of citizens of South Africa, in particular young people, by unemployment, are those with matric or less. Hence, it is important that we intervene with skills program, learnership program, artisans programs, and also that those who have matric or less must be prepared then to be able to join the labor force that can offer something to the labor market. But additional to that, we are looking at the issue of ensuring that the TVET learners, Honorable Mpele, there is a category that is still referred to as having matric because they went to TVET, but they have not graduated. And they are in numbers out there who just went to TVET college, they did not graduate because they were not placed on work integrated learning. Because when you compare the with matric and less that is mostly affected by unemployment, at least when you compare it to the graduates, it's still unacceptable because it was 12%. I haven't seen the latest now. To have 12% graduates who are not employed is not acceptable. But of course, the performance of the economy is also critical because it can't be that we expect the government to employ every graduate. Hence, the performance of the economy will help us then to have the labor market that is able then to absorb the labor force. It's a matter that we are looking at, but I can't talk about nurses, teachers. Of course, it is your concern, is our concern because we are responsible for employment. But I think the portfolio committee, as it has done with the head, I am told I heard the chairperson refer to that. You can even, because you are the watchdog, you are the police of ensuring that those who need employment find employment. You can even call the ministers, both of education and of health, to check their program, because you can't dictate for nurses what must happen, for teachers what must happen, so that you understand the extent and also get to understand if there is any plan. But generally, the issue of unemployed graduates, it comforts us to see that there is lesser number than those who are not, who have not gone through the higher education and training sector to see the numbers. So we need to look at those and come with a strategy of ensuring that they then get to be employed. Expansion of labor centers. Again, we will expand labor centers, but for now, as the UIC has said, we are getting to people. We are having outreach program, taking services to the people. I come from the very deep area of Sarabatman called Ado, where we were taking services to the people there. I was told in 3 days we were able to pay 700,000 to the claimants of UIF as an example. So the buses are intending to close the gap, honorable member, but also, as you heard, we will want to have a collaboration and work together and partner with the hospitals. But of course, we will look at the issue of expanding beyond what you currently have in terms of the labor centers. Chair, the issue of the closure of the sugar plant, Tongati sugar plant, is unfortunate. It's one of those unfortunate incidences, but I am sure we will come closer to that, see if there's anything that can be done. Because unfortunately, we are still trying to empower communities, business included, to understand the work that we do on the issue of employer-employee relief, which is temporary employer-employee relief that we do through TERS, which comes only if then there's been a decision already to close down or wind down or retrench, which unfortunately they normally come to us at that stage. Sometimes they don't even come. We see they are closing, then we rush to go and tell them, can you look at how you can help and you can work towards avoiding closing down by turning around. Some are successful, some are not successful, but also Productivity SA. We have said the partnership between CCMA and UIF and Productivity SA must be heightened so that we are able to avoid such occurrences. I want to advise the honorable member Silepe to say if there is a lie that is said, it mustn't be directed to me, because what I'm just communicating is the work that is done by Stats SA. It is not my making to this meeting to say there is reduction of unemployment by 0.5 percentage point. Maybe the member has not seen that report. I want to advise him to go and get the QFLS, which is Quarterly Labor Force Survey, QLFS, Quarterly Labor Force Survey that was issued yesterday by Statistics South Africa, so that you can see that it is scientific. It might not be perfect. It's for those reasons why we've been having these discussions that were topical sometime last year about how we capture the statistics, the performance of the informal sector, and so on. But it can't be that we are lying. I don't know why the member sounds to be very angry today, is even wanting to dismiss executive authorities, that they must leave offices who block development. I don't know what is referring to. Unfortunately, I am not aware of any executive that blocked development. The issue of Newcastle is being attended. We've been attending these issues. It is for that reason why we even have the 7 nationals that were sentenced 20 years. It's because of the work that we continue to do. Hence, we are excited by the additional capacity that will get to the 10,000 inspectors that were announced by the president. I can't agree more with Honorable Mayeto, because we are holistically happy about the speech of the president, whose 80% was talking about the reinforcement of the work that is done by the economic departments, including agriculture, and also the issue of crime. But there is no role in the recruitment of extension officers. We don't play any role as the Department of Employment and Labor. As you know, Honorable Member, each and every department, they conduct their own recruitment. So we can't be promising here to say there will be anything that we do. I think the issue of fast-tracking LAP is linked to what I had responded to. And lastly, Chair, yes, we continue to appreciate the work that is done by the Portfolio Committee, and we try to follow issues that are raised. It is a good investment that we've done. An office that used to be a small office in a shopping complex now is even ×4 the size, with space for clients to sit down, not to be queuing on the sun, in the rain, and with self-help kiosks and a lot of conducive environment for both our employees and also our clients. So the Northwest Mahwase Labour Center is a collaborative effort between the Portfolio Committee's work and the work that we continue to do. Thank you so much, Chairperson. Unfortunately, I have to run because the cabinet started at 9:30. I take the council, and I always do. It's just that today there is an established decision that in cabinet, if you are presenting particular kinds of presentations, including appointment of key executives, the minister must be in the meeting. So I'll make sure that next time I apologize to cabinet, as I do sometimes, and prioritize the Portfolio Committee. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I see Julia's phone. What is the point of order you want to raise, Honorable?
Thank you, Chairperson. I would just like to correct the Minister. The Portfolio Committee is not the watchdogs that must create jobs for the people. Our job is to watch the Minister to ensure that her department creates jobs. It is not the committee that is the watchdog that must create jobs to the community. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, I see you want to clarify what you are referring to.
Yes,
so that do that. Otherwise, I can clarify.
I would urge the committee to broaden its horizon. It can't be employment. It's a watchdog primarily to us, but also it takes keen interest on other people who are supposed to create jobs, not necessarily that they oversight them directly. Hence, I heard you say you called high education and training because we thought it is your area of interest to say, as you are a watchdog, as you are this oversight body that oversees the work that is done by the Department of Employment and Labor, but also you can extend the work that you do in the interest of ensuring that those who have programs on employment that are outside us, I thought you've got a right as an oversight body of parliament to say you are creating jobs under, for an example, under your SITA, you are creating jobs in a way. Is even your curriculum talking to what is needed by the labor market? It was in that context that I was raising that. Otherwise, I know that you are the first priority for your work as the oversight committee of our department and ministry. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. So I didn't need to get back to that. So you've clarified. Of course, honorable members, as I said, it was indeed the discretion in the best interest of the committee that we allow this space and move away from the way we usually do of taking all reports at a go. And and I think it was worth the while. So we will improve going forward. The engagement must continue. And of course, the other suggestions, I think, given ourselves as the committee, would have to just process them properly in terms of giving guidance on particular areas, including how we improve the lab. The minister has raised an important point. I hope we have noted it in her responses, that we have been dealing over time with what would have been in the 2023 period, which could only be implemented from last year. and we now get to the point of the end of the financial year, and the 7th term now has an opportunity to look at LAP from the point of all these other new recommendations that have been able to put in and reproposing LAP in a way that also responds to the needs of the economy. And I think that's important for the committee to note, so that when we discuss also ourselves politically, we look at how best we contribute to that process, also, of course, informed by also hard realities we have seen in the oversight work that we've done in different provinces, including the last one we did at Newcastle in the KZN province. So I think we should not miss the opportunity to constructively engage and shape how this should go forward, of course, without taking the execution role of the executive. With that having been said, Honorable Minister would have agreed to the apologies already, but we do appreciate that you still came through as the committee would have raised this previously, and we committed that the matter would be raised. Thanks for coming. We will now, without waste of time, honorable members, move quickly to the actual presentation, starting with the UIF and the compensation fund, and then only take up discussions once those presentations are done. And that's 10:30 now. So we should be by 11:10 done with the presentations at 20 minutes each.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. I will hand over to the Commissioner of UIF to give the presentation, and we'll be mindful of time. Thank you. Commissioner?
Thank you very much, DG, and good morning to honorable members. Good morning to Minister and the Deputy Ministers, and also a good morning to colleagues and everyone on the platform. If we can go to slide 2. Chair, as per the agenda, we were requested to come in and present Q1 and Q2 performance report. You would see in the way that we have structured the report that we have separated Q1 and Q2, but the issues are similar. So I think in the interest of time, when we get to the performance matrix, I would zoom in more into Q2, explaining also Q1 in the process, so that the presentation is done in full, but then within the limited time that we've been provided. If I may ask that we go to slide 3. I'm not sure if it's only my gadget, but the slides are not moving. Slide 3, please. Slide 3.
There's also a background noise that comes through. Please, if we can all mute our mics and just have the speaker on the platform. Thank you.
It's slide 3, please. Okay, in that slide, Chairperson, I think while the colleagues are trying to get it right, we just outline the value chain of the UIF, highlighting the key cultural drivers of the work that we do. The minister has already spoken to some of these issues. The most important area of our work is, of course, to ensure that we are responding to the clients of the fund, doing that aligned to the mandate that the fund has from its establishing act. I won't go into that in the interest of time, but just to indicate that the work that we do aligns with priorities of the seventh administration in as far as economic transformation and job creation is concerned, and the work focusing on social wage through reliable and basic services, and then the work on ensuring that as a fund we contribute towards building a capable, ethical and developmental state. Slide 4, please. I don't know if the delay is just on my side alone, but I'll just march on. On slide 4, we just indicate our vision and our values, again bringing the customer straight into the center of the work that we do, and ensuring that we manage a fund that is viable, so that we are able to respond to our clients at the time when they require that response. Our vision being that we strive to be a trusted and viable provider of income security and support to a dynamic and growing market, and then we do that through the 4 operations of the UIF, first being to register employees, ensure that the declarations of these employees are in order, safeguard their contributions, including through investment. Minister already mentioned the fact that we've had a very positive investment performance in Q4 that has just been reported, and then of course ensuring that we processing claims on time. But with that being said, we also have a responsibility towards ensuring that we are contributing to a growing, a vibrant labor market, and we do those interventions through the work that we do in the lab programs. If I may ask that we go to the next slide. Sure. Slide 5. Next slide, please. Just to check whether it's myself alone with a slow feedback, or
Yes,
also the
the
committee
slides
are not coming
moved.
through. Okay.
Yes. Honorable Nansele.
No, Chair, I'm covered by the explanation, because I was going to suggest that we get another person to help.
Ms. Maviche Thompson, Doc, can you hear?
Yes, Chairperson, I'm just
Yeah, I'm worried about the time, because it doesn't
yes.
change the allocation of time.
Yes, and I know, Chairperson, I'm not allowed to claim back any time for slides not shown on time. I will still try to make up the time.
Chair. Yes, Chair. I'm suggesting that because we do have slides on our side, and we can see that the commissioner is struggling to post on screen. We suggest that she just direct us to a slide, and then we will use our gadgets to go through. I think it will save time doing that.
No, we appreciate that, Honorable Mkweli, that we should do that way, but they still need to ensure that they put up proper slides. Remember, with us as members, we already have the info, but South Africans are also following the deliberations of the committee, which is also important for them to know what we are dealing with.
No, it's noted.
Yes, so I'm just saying that we can take that approach, but they must also work on the part of the slides.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank
because they're not doing slide by slide, they are focusing on particular slides. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairperson, for that. I think, Chairperson, here we were just outlining what we are going to cover. In the interest of time, I'm going to just ask that we skip straight into Q2 performance. If you can just take the slides to Q2 performance, and then I'll deal with the Q1 and Q2 from Q2. I'm not sure who's helping us with the slides. If we can go to Q2, please. Q2.
Yeah, but you're muted, though.
Yes, I'm still waiting yeah, for the screen. Yes. I think on Q2 on this particular area of work, we've got 3 areas of work that have been a challenge for the fund. The first one is this one. It will be the same in Q1 and in Q2. On this area of work, we had committed to have 80% of the action plan, audit action plan, implemented by the end of the financial year, but we went ahead and had quarterly milestones. Members would know that audits ordinarily end in August. August is already a beginning of Q2. So this particular indicator was not aligned to the audit season, and therefore it will always look like we are lagging behind. What we do in the corrective action column is just indicate to members that as soon as the audit had completed, we then started with our audit matrix and also
Please, you are disrupting the meeting.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Please help us mute. We'll accept the one on the platform until a person raises the hand. Committee support, if you can help us with that, because that's also taking our time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. And here what we are indicating is across the different units of the UIF, the progress that we have made on the audit issues that had been raised, and that we are indicating there that already we are subjecting all these audit closure to our own internal audit for verification in order for us to be able to come with a credible number to the audit committee. It's a similar issue with Q1 and Q2. Q1, it's because we did not have an action plan to follow. We were finalizing the audit. And then in terms of the areas where we are doing very well, we were supposed to have finalized 90% of simple cases within 90 working days. Chairperson, we are at 100% there. 80% of complex cases must be investigated within a year. We are already, we are doing well there as well. And then vacancy rate, our target was around 7%. We are sitting at 4.8, so well ahead of target. If we can move to the next business area. Slide 17. Here, Chairperson, this is business operations, and we've got this. Okay, in business operations, I think we are just showing the areas where we have done well. We had a target of 98% of new businesses complete verified registrations within 1 day. We are registering those businesses within 1 day, so we are well ahead of target. Also, another indicator to complete accurate and verified claims within 10 working days. We are well ahead of target there. And another one to deal with unemployment benefits within 25 working days. We are well on target there. In slide 18. Slide 18, please. Yes, thank you very much. And then here, Chairperson, as you'd recall, I indicated there are 3 areas where we've had issues. This is the second of those where we are dealing with benefits. We had set a target that 90 days of these benefits, the claims have to be finalized within 18 working days. Here, what has happened because of the inefficiencies we experienced in Q1, they are creeping into Q2, and we will also see them in Q3 because this is a cumulative target. But in Q3, we are going to show you that we are already meeting this target of 90% done within 18 working days. In some instances, even surpassing it. What we had put in place in order to be able to reach the current performance levels that we have is that we introduced monitoring tools to make sure that no claims are left unprocessed and nobody has visibility that they haven't been processed, and we are seeing the good fruits of that. And then also consequence management, where officials, for whatever reason, were not processing claims within the outlined time frame. So this one, while it's a red here for Q2, you would see, as we outline in subsequent quarters, that we are now seeing the fruits of the corrective measures we have put in place and are now hitting well over the target. Slide 19. Here again, as part of the claims where we are still struggling, we had I think it's 2 provinces that would have dragged us back in terms of them being able to process this on time. Similarly to the previous one, while we're sitting at 71% here, we have now improved substantially. The corrective action plans that you see there, which we had put down for Q2, we are now seeing the result of that in Q3. In the next slide. The third group of areas where we are not doing well is with regards to TERS. If you can go back to slide 20, please. Slide 20. I'm not sure what's happening with that. Okay, let's stay here, please. Let's just stay here. With the labor activation program, the one area is the TERS area, where we've got an issue where we are supposed to have finalized approval of these requirements within 20 days. What we then did in trying to improve the process is a historical matter. I'm told that the process was then put together with the issue of legal vetting. We are now formally separating the issues, and that will help us to achieve that target. As regards beneficiaries that are participating in employability programs, we've been able to achieve that target, and towards the end of the year, we don't see any problem in continuing to achieve the target. Next slide, which is slide 21. Next slide, please. Right. On this one, again, as I had indicated, that we are achieving the targets of participation. We are now even achieving the targets in terms of the people that are participating in the program. The target was 50% of vulnerable groups participating in these programs. We are sitting at 82%, and the program that has assisted us a lot is also the teacher assistant program. And then when it comes to enterprises that are supported under the labor activation program, Chairperson, while we show the achievement of 16 and are saying not achieved, we are auditing another 124 business enterprises, which we have assisted via the NYDA. And once that audit process has been finalized, we will then move that achievement into the achievement column, which will then take us way beyond the target that you'd see there. May I then maybe just move quickly to the work that we are doing to improve access to services, because members had asked that, including to the Minister. On access to services, Chairperson, Minister had indicated that beyond the labor centers, we have introduced mobile offices through buses that members may have seen at different points to try and improve our access for services to the people we are supposed to service. And those access or rather buses or mobile offices are really meant for the far-flung areas or areas where we don't have a footprint. But like Minister said, we're not dealing with access just with increasing our labor centers and also mobile services. We are moving and working quickly with the banks to also assist in that regard. From a finance perspective, Chairperson, you would have seen in the reports that you would have received that the fund is in a healthy financial position, and where you see that there is an underspending, you would see that underspending in as far as the LAP program is concerned. It's a bit of an artificial underspending. We do expect an invoice to come through. That invoice is held up by the verification that we need to make. And once that verification is finalized, we will be at 70% or so of spending, which is aligned to where we would need to be. So from a finance perspective, we are working in line with our targets. From a performance perspective, we've put in measures to improve our performance. From access perspective, we are expanding our access, including in collaboration with the banks, and we are also increasing our communication to our stakeholders so that they know where to find us, what services they can expect. And as Minister has also said, going also to the issues of ensuring that even at labor centers, we don't have sick people having to wait for services. We are now expanding our services by taking those to hospitals as our additional access points for those that are sick and are UIF clients, and for pregnant women. I think with that, Chairperson, I will conclude it here. I'm not sure what has been the issue with the flighting of slides, but I do apologize that the presentation didn't go as smoothly as we would have anticipated. Chairperson, thank you very much.
Thank you, IF. We can get to the CF. I had allowed you to get a few minutes over to cover that space, but I'm sure CF would have now been preparing on the side not to experience the same. Can I get a CF presentation?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, the DM, and DG and colleagues. Can I please just ask, there is a name, like I'm on two devices because I anticipated the whole sharing issue, but I don't have access to share. It says host disabled attendee screen sharing. So if I can please get access to sharing, that would assist. Please.
Comment support, can you sort that quickly?
Chair, Ms. Fakir is a co-host, so she should have the rights, Chair. As you can see in the list, Ms. Fakir, co-host.
So I'm on another device for Zana Fakir CF also, and yeah, there's two. So I don't know why on the other one, because it's not allowing me to share on this on my laptop. Apologies
Sorry,
for
which
that.
other, what name have you used, ma'am, on the other one?
So
that I can check.
there's the one that is, so as you can see, if you can just enable sharing for both names for Zana Fakir, thank you.
Okay, I've got that. Thank you, Chair. Sorry for that.
Okay.
It's done.
Is it done? Okay, yes, thank you. Now it's done. Thank you. I'm just going to go quickly to the presentation, and I'm sharing it. So I'm on two devices, so I can actually see if it's sharing. So yes, it is sharing. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Chairperson, it's 10:56. Can I just get guidance? Do I still have 20 minutes, or is your timeline still?
Yeah, yes, you have your 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Okay, thank you. Okay, and let me just put it on slideshow, and there we go. Okay, so yeah, I think it's a bit slow on this side here, but it is on slideshow. So Chairperson, in terms of the compensation fund, what we have prepared for Q1 and Q2 of the financial year, and we did take instruction that we must demonstrate a story for our performance. So I will quickly then go into our CF performance. I don't know why it's not moving on the screen. Is it not moving again? I think there's some issue here with the Zoom thing, Chairperson. because the screen is moving on mine. And I have fiber. I don't know what is the issue again. Okay, let me take it out of slide view and let me rather stick to this. I think this would be better. Apologies for that. So in terms of the compensation fund, we do a comparative overview for you. So when we focus in quarter one, we obviously see what our targets were and what our achievement was in terms of the APR. So when we looked at the APR, we at 24-25, we had 52% achievement. And generally, this is what we see in the fund, that in quarter one, we do improve with performance and we are sitting at 83% there. The reason for the 83% and not 100% achievement is if you look at the bottom of the screen, there is an indicator for benefits paid within 10 days. And what we have achieved there is unfortunately just missed it by 1%, which is 94% against a target of 95%. But however, there has been improvement in terms of the APR in that we had a 75% achievement in the APR. In the next slide, what we show you is, as you can see, if you look at the columns, what we demonstrate to you is each program, which is our administration, COID, medical services, orthotics and rehabilitation. And we then show the performance in quarter one comparatively to the APR. So you see an improvement in program one, which is generally, like I said, the trend for quarter one. Program two, you see a decrease from 67% to 50%. And in program four, also, I just want to demonstrate improvement there from 67 to 100%. So in quarter one, you see relatively good performance of 83% compared to the APR of 52%. Due to time allocations, I just want to also maybe focus then on these two indicators which are imperative for injured workers, in that it relates to the adjudication of claims and then the payment of benefits within 10 working days. So we have a target of 90%. The APR, we missed that by 4%. We had it at 86, but quarter one, you see it hitting, 90% on the dot there within 10 working days. And the benefits approved, like I said, we missed it. So why did we miss it? I'm not going to go into the detail here. Here, I think there were just some operational issues between business and finance, especially in terms of claims that could have been processed and were valid. And we were getting rejection. And that's why we just missed it. And I will then emphasize in quarter two the actual reasons on the decline. I will then go chairperson, just quickly because of time. I also don't want to stress a lot on quarter one because in our following slides, we do give some good comparative analysis between quarter one and quarter two. So I will touch quickly on the financial performance in quarter one so that we can give you a comparative analysis between quarter one and quarter two. In quarter one, in terms of our revenue, we see that our assessment revenue target of 12.4 billion was achieved by 80% already. This is due to because we start our ROE season on the 1st of March, and it is a trend with the fund that employers start declaring. So we have a specific season where, for 3 months where employers declare to us, and this is why you see the big income 80% achievement there. And then the other one that I want to stress is obviously our debt collection. We do know it's a big risk for the fund, and we are capacitating that function. So we did have a bid adjudication committee that we wanted to finalize later towards the end of the year for the panel of terms of reference for that. In terms of our investment income, also good in terms of the PIC performance here with the stock market, etc., in that we had 2.3 billion that was generated from investment, which actually was a 30% achievement of our budget target. On expenditure, we have to zone in, I guess, on program what's it one, which is our administration. That one was a red flag for us in Q1 because it was at 10% and it was below the expected 25% that we should be spending on program one. Programs 2, 3, and 4, which I want to emphasize to you, is those are the programs that are related to service delivery, right? So I want to give assurance that on those ones, tracking of spending was at, it was at good levels. It was within the 25% range for Q1. And if we then drive into what are the issues in terms of program one, because I think that is a concern for portfolio committee, is what these administrative issues can then relate to poor performance ultimately down the line. What we want to give assurance is that the fund and its accounting systems, what we do is we have to have provision for doubtful debts at the end of a financial year. So that's already within the budget. We will process that in Q4. Our HRM employee costs, Dell, claims from us. They pay our salaries and then claim from us. There were some upgrades to the BAS system. So some of the 10% of those costs were unprocessed because we were waiting for improvements there. And then on ICT spending, unfortunately, we did have also some delays there on our BAC processes. However, in Q2, we will demonstrate improvements there on the spending. So Q2, our performance report. And then I think, like you said, you want the story, you want to see, are we monitoring our performance? Are we zoning in on the gaps and the weaknesses that the fund has operationally and how ensuring service delivery? So in program, if you look at the table here, we give you a good representation between Q1 and Q2. So what you see is the programs that are performing well, remaining with that good performance, program 1, 3, and 4 with 100% performance. And unfortunately, we don't see improvement in program 2 COIT performance, even, which is the same stagnation that we had in Q1. And then what we see is 83% performance again with the fund in Q2. So this is just a quick snapshot for you. So it's 83% achievement. All the programs are in gray. That's what P1, P2, P3 means. It's a program. And in terms of P2, again, it's the guilty party of the indicator of payment of benefits. And now you're seeing from 94%, we've actually regressed to 90%. And what is the reason for this regression? So I will then go to slide 28. So the reason for this regression, apologies, not regression. The reason for this regression is in Q2, we then implemented our account verification system. Okay. And the account verification system was implemented specifically to address, fraudulent payments, fraudulent accounts, etc. So I think it had, obviously, there's a positive and then there's obviously a negative challenge, right? So what's the positiveness around this AVS? So the positive is now any kind of fraudulent transaction is being stopped and it's being rejected. But then, in terms of our indicator and what we had, and because it's a new logic that we've implemented, we're still counting it as a rejection, right? And then that relates to poor performance. So the payment rejections we found it because there were discrepancies between our master data and the banking FICA registration details. So maybe ID numbers don't match, etc. But this is actually good for the fund because now it starts demonstrating to the AGSA that we are now verifying the validity of our beneficiaries, right? And we're ensuring that if person A with ID number that's their account, it's no one else's account, and no one else is getting that money. So in terms of that, what we have done, if you look at the bottom of the slide, there's a mitigation that we implemented. So we started verifying our beneficiary records so that we can maintain accurate master data. And we're working closely with our banking partner, Nedbank, in terms of our operating procedures. And then if you look at the right of the screen, there's a small block there called changes after implementation of the mitigation. So what you're seeing now is you're seeing a performance that, yes, it has decreased, but we can assure you we are putting efforts in progress to enhance and develop unified SOPs regarding the benefit payments. So I think the message that the fund wants to give out there is we're not saying this is acceptable, it's totally unacceptable, but the approach for us, and we know that just because we're addressing fraudulent payments shouldn't impact those that are not fraudulent, and we are committed and we do have standing, steercos weekly to address this project and to ensure that we're addressing all the incorrect rejections. Thank you. So on that, I just maybe also in terms of vacancies, etc., I just want to demonstrate this also, since I do have a bit of time. I know vacancies was an issue with portfolio committee, with the last meetings that we had. So we do want to demonstrate that, we are now sitting at a 9.91% vacancy rate. So we've reduced the vacant posts to 102, and you're seeing an improvement on there. The fund is clearly committed to addressing the vacancies, which will assist us in improving our service delivery. Also, just those targets of medical benefits, which is program 3, yes, program 3. Program 3. So what you're seeing here is also, I just want to demonstrate here that there is, programs where we isolate and we see good performance and consistency, and especially on medical invoices between Q1 and Q2, you see improvement from 87% to 93%, with the target being of 87%. I think if I can just go then to slide 33. Again, I just want to emphasize, the programs, because I don't want to just talk about, the indicators that are not achieved, but I think we must also emphasize programs that are performing quite well. And you can see here also on program 4, the request for assistive devices, you're also seeing, consistency there with good operations, good reporting, etc. And you're seeing, consistency of 98% between Q1 and Q2. And I think if I go to slide 35, so slide 35 is Q2, and what we've done is we've just taken each financial year from 2022-23 to say, well, is the fund actually improving, or are we staying stagnant when it comes to performance? And what you can see here, and what this slide demonstrates to you, is a baseline that was looking quite low, especially for claims adjudication, from 89% sitting at 92, and then 95% of approved benefits paid within 10 working days. You're seeing it actually improve from 66% to 90%. And the other programs also having relatively good improvements in terms of target achievements. Actions to improve performance. So this slide, we just wanted to summarize and provide the commitment in terms of the indicators that we know we struggle with, which is the claims adjudication and the payment of benefits. And the actions that we have implemented is we want to improve, and I do apologize that it is just written AVS. It is our account verification system. So we are streamlining our checks between business, finance, and the bank so we can prevent repeat failures. In terms of claims adjudication, we're boosting COID performance, we're fixing those bottlenecks, and we're also balancing workloads. If I might add, we do quite a lot of advocacy sessions with employers, hospitals, etc. So we're also seeing that improvement and that 92% achievement in Q2. And we're also just replicating best practice. So there are stronger provinces that we need to standardize what they're doing and how they're doing it right, so that we can support weaker provinces. And then we're strengthening also our workforce planning, which is the vacancy rate. And we're also improving our data quality, especially for the AVS. So if I can touch quickly on Q2. So in Q2, I think with the fund, what you can see here in the slide, that when it comes to revenue, It's financially stable. You see consistency. We're seeing improvement in employer compliance. And that's why at the end of Q2, we had actually surpassed our target of 12.4 billion. We had collected 12.7 billion, and that's 102% achievement. So we're grateful to employers for their compliance. And in terms of also our investments, we're doing quite well there with 3.9 billion, added on our investment portfolio. So our annual revenue is actually expected to exceed the 28.4 billion that we have for the 25-26 financial year. And then on slide 42, for revenue and expenditure analysis, again, why I'm saying this is because I want to demonstrate, I know there will be concern on under, spending. So our total expenditure is sitting currently at 4.4 billion for Q2. The budget utilization is at 25%, right? So it's below our mid-year mark. And what is driving that is, again, the main driver is, program one. But program one, but as you can see, program 2, 3, and 4 are within the acceptable range. Program 4, you might get concerned and say it's sitting at 61%, but this program performs a very good function. We provide bursaries to students, and the student year always starts in January. So by end of Q2, we have paid the university fees, etc. So this is a good demonstration that we're not letting students down. We're making sure that their stipends and their bursary fees are paid, so they don't have to stress about non-payment, etc. And for program one, the main driver, like we said, for under expenditure is the accounting system of the fund and the fact that the fund is a pension fund. We also have to account for the provision of debts, which is 5 billion rand, which I stated, which will be done at end of Q4. And then because it is a pension fund, we have finance costs that we can only account for at Q4, but we have to budget it, right, in the beginning of the financial year. And that's the calculations for outstanding claims and pensions that we must recognize at year end, which will be around also another 3 billion or so, 3 or 4 billion. And then at end of Q4, you will see then the improved expenditure within program one. Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members.
Thank you. ADG, I'm not sure you would want to use the 1 minute remaining, or should I take over?
Chairperson, I'm quite happy with the presentation that the colleagues have shared with yourselves, showing that both funds remain financially sustainable, operationally active, and they are governance conscious, and they are dealing with the constraints that have been identified, especially around ICT and the recruitment areas. With that being said, Chairperson, I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, ADG. We will now, honorable members, as I look for my notebook, note the hands for those members who would want to contribute to the presentations. For now, I see Honorable Maeto on my side. I see Honorable Bahrain as number 2. Can you proceed in the meantime to save time? Honorable Maeto, followed by Honorable Bahrain.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the acting DG, as well as the members of the entities, and greetings to fellow honorable committee members. Chair, I will just go straight to, in the interest of time, to the questions emanating from the presentation. And I will start with the UIF. Chair, the question on payment failure and data integrity. This is despite achieving high adjudication rate of 92% in quarter two. The percentage of approved benefits paid within 10 working days dropped to 90%, with the main reason cited as payment rejection due to discrepancies between beneficiaries, master data, and bank records. Now, what specific short-term measures are being implemented to clean and verify the beneficiary master data? And what is the projected timeline for achieving the 95% payment target, given the performance has decreased since quarter one? Question two is on administrative underspending and capacity. On program one, administration showed significant underperformance in expenditure, which is 10% of budget spent by quarter one, below the 25% expectations, driven by a 5 billion provision for doubtful debts not yet processed and delays in ICT spending due to the pending procurement processes, which is the bid evaluation committee as well as the bid adjudication committee. What is the current status of the 5 billion doubtful debts provision and the high priority ICT procurement? And how will the no, sorry, the compensation, not UIF, sorry, the compensation fund ensure that these delayed administrative and capacity building expenditures are executed before the end of quarter four to avoid a lapse in critical budget allocations. And Chair, the last question on the CF, the interest of late return of earnings payments, which is 551 million, highlights a major challenge: high statutory receivables balances of over 30 billion. Now, since the debt collection was included in the 2025-26 procurement plan, what concrete interim steps in the compensation fund taken now to actively manage and reduce this 30 billion debt book while awaiting the finalization of the debt collection panel tender expected by August 31, 2025? Then the question on the UIF, Chair, it's on the emanating from the UIF, is on the given that the insufficient monitoring, poor ICT infrastructure, which is a major concern in as far as the presentations are concerned, is that the manual processing of continuation forms leading to benefits being overspent of 8.8% are recurring reasons for severe delivery failures. What is the specific funded and time-bound strategy beyond the ongoing SEP development infrastructure in labor centers and ensure mandated tools like the BI monitoring tools are effectively utilized across all provinces? The second question is that the achievement rates for the deceased benefit claims stated for 71% in quarter two, and in-service benefit claims 86% in quarter two again are consistently below the 90% target, primarily attributed to insufficient monitoring and claims from previous financial years being processed late. What immediate high-level accountability measures are being implemented to ensure consequences for officials who sit on claims for extended periods, and what dedicated resources are allocated to eliminate the existing backlog from previous financial years? The second question will be the approval of TERS application achieved 0% in both quarter one and quarter two due to capacity constraints in legal services, leading to delays in vetting MOAs. Given this, the critical role of TERS in job retention and the importance of lab for of lab for economic transformation, what specific actions are being taken to fast track the legal vetting process and ensure that the one-stop shop approach for consolidated submissions does not compromise the mandated 13 working days turnaround? And Chair, as I sit here, I received during my constituency period complaints from members of the public who have applied TERS, and they've even sent me their applications that have been processed by CCMA, and yet they are still waiting to hear where is their application standing now. So I think this question will also assist us so that we are able to assist our constituency when we are back in our constituencies. The last question, Chair. Employees' costs were 20.83% below budget, directly linked to delays in filling funded posts due to the ongoing organizational structure review. How long will the organizational structure review by PwC take? And what interim plan in place to fill critical vacant positions immediately, especially in provincial operations, where insufficient monitoring is a primary cause of low performance, to ensure that under-resource does not continue to compromise core service delivery? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Maitso, Honorable Pegram.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. Just with the UIF, I want to know what the feeling is now that the organization is more independent. Is there more development? Are there things happening? Are we able to start getting our administration together? Give us some overall feedback. It's all very well to say you hit certain targets and you're doing well, but the independent view from the public is that the UIF has gone from bad to worse, that people are still complaining, people are not getting answers, and we've got a real problem. I know when I write in, and I still get anything up to 10 complaints a week, and I write in, I do get the acting commissioner back to me, and I'm very thankful for that. But I'm getting more and more of these complaints coming in. It doesn't seem that the tide is still flowing heavily against the UIF, and it'll be interesting to see if we're going to get some development now that we've gone almost independent at the UIF. Another thing with the UIF, just in terms of investing the money with the PIC, can we finally hear an answer? Do we instruct the PIC where to invest, or are they investing for us, or how is it working? Who is controlling the investments through the PIC? And then, of course, we note that the department itself keeps raiding the UIF monies for all sorts of programs, including the LAP program. And I see that there is some doubt as to the affordability into the future. I know the UIS is a very wealthy institution and that it's collected monies over many years, but are there any problems with that? And if, God forbid, we have a great big pandemic again, or if we have a lot more retrenchments in the future, we're still growing the economy at only 1%. Looks like there are some very big businesses going through these mass retrenchments. Are we completely safe with that? So maybe you can answer on that. With regard to COID, well, when will the COID regulations at the rehabilitation of third party be published now that the Act is mostly effective, with almost all remaining sectors going live on the 1st of April 2026? We need to know when will these regulations be published. They should be now, but people are waiting for that. I have noticed with COID that the complaints coming in are actually getting fewer and fewer, so well done. But there are still many employers who are struggling with registration, struggling to get their certification, Is the administration up to scratch? Are we improving it? Is it still the same quid that we saw in the past? Thank you, Commissioner. Not Commissioner, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Bagre. I will now hand over to the member recognized who happens to be the birthday lady for today, as I continue to join those who wish you well on your birthday, Honorable Mukwili. All other demands are not adhered to, except that I would watch the time as you speak. But on behalf of the team, we recognize that it's a big day, as you would have
Thank you
said
very
that
much,
time.
Chair.
And
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. I do appreciate. I think you will do it in our little corner, the compliance. So, Chair, thanks for the presentation that has been brought forward to us, and we acknowledge them. However, Chair, I want to quickly speak on the issue of the report that was presented yesterday that shows the decrease in unemployment. Clearly, on the ground, the reality is that people are still living in poverty. People don't have adequate jobs. Those that are in these programs that are said to have provide jobs, it's like a survival scheme. People are still living beyond poverty line. We are very ungrateful on the efforts that the government is doing. We are emphasizing, Chair, that the government must have plans to strengthen the industrialization of this country, to have the mechanism that will assist us to strengthen industrialization and strengthen the growth of economy so that we can be able to create sustainable jobs, not survival schemes. It is clear that most of the people that are no longer interested in looking for jobs are our graduates, are our young people who went to school, who spent money of their parents to go to school, to acquire education, and to acquire the necessary information or skills that will make them to be usable and important in creating jobs and having the economy of the country blooming. So we are saying, as the economic freedom fighters, that government must have a mechanism to strengthen the economy and have policies that will make sure that the economy of the country is strengthened and the industrialization is implemented as a matter of agents. However, Chair, I have a challenge in this system of reporting where we are told of 90%, we are told of percentage of meeting the targets. However, on daily basis, as my fellow colleagues have spoken before, that on daily basis, we receive complaints from workers. Companies are not compliant in terms of registering employees for UIF. Companies are not compliant in terms of compensating those that are due for compensation in terms of both UIF and compensation fund. So my question to both entity will be that what mechanism do they have in terms of compliance rate by employers in the contribution, especially for hospitality, agriculture, textile, and security sector? How do they measure that the employers are incompliant in terms of contribution and in terms of payment of workers, because there is a lot that is happening, especially in the security sector and hospitality and agriculture, where employers are not registering the employees, and after work, these people, when they go to claim their UI-19s, there is nothing that has been contributed, and the monies have been deducted from their wages and salaries. And another issue, Chair, that is outstanding on UIF is the issue of procurement or the leasing of mobile service buses. We still have to be appeased with the report in terms of how much was it spent, the value of money on leasing, and also on procurement, on procuring as an entity. What is the value of the money in that instance? Because we were in KZN last week as a committee, we were told that only one bus is servicing KZN, if not 3 buses. They are servicing KZN and they are inadequate. We also asked a question as to what did it go about and what is the value for money for those buses. Are we losing in terms of leasing the buses, or why can't the entity procure its own buses? Because this is a permanent service that the entity will need to service our people, especially those who are in the rural areas. Chair, the LAP program continues to be a challenge for us. The LAP program has been allocated a chunk of millions of monies from taxpayers in terms of UIF. However, there's no value for money in the LAP programs. Everywhere where we went to Northwest, we went to Free State, we went to KZN, we still had a challenge where monies were allocated before the actual plans could be in place. People are or service providers are getting money, and the money is not used in due respect. LAB program is a well program. It's a good program. However, the monitoring mechanism for the LAB program is not there. So I would like to ask the commissioner, the acting commissioner, as to what are plans in place to make sure that there is value for money for the LAB program and monitoring of this program, chairperson. And I would also, Chair, to check with you the issue of TERS money. I think Honorable Maeto has explained more on that as to what are the mechanisms to make sure that the applications for TERS are processed on time and the beneficiaries get their monies on time, because these beneficiaries are able to make sure that their businesses expand and they employ our vulnerable workers, Chair, or vulnerable communities in our areas. The last issue, Chair, that I would like to comment on. For now, I think let me pause. Maybe if we have time, I will engage, because it's a political matter where there was an indication from the president of the country that is going to appoint 10,000 inspectors, and inspectors there will be appointed 10,000. We still have incapacitated inspectors in the system. We still have the challenge of skills within the system, and it was raised in our last meeting that there is a lack of skills for the department to make sure that it appoints relevant inspectors. So I just want to check whether will we be able to appoint 10,000 inspectors. Where will the budget comes from? Because as we are seated here, we still have vacant positions that are not filled, and they are not filled not because a department doesn't want to fill them, but because there's no budget for that. Secondly, Chair, we want to reiterate that as the economic freedom fighters, we won't allow the department to use the EPWP program to fill up the 10,000 positions that the president has previously announced that the department is going to have. We want to have a sustainable jobs for these people, and we want to know the system and the criteria that the department is going to use to make sure that in this financial year 2026, 2025, 2026, or 2026, 2027 budget, all the 10,000 relevant and accredited and qualified inspectors will be appointed. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mukwele. I now recognize Honorable Slepe. The Honorable Slepe. I'll now pass Honorable Slepe. I had Honorable Van der Waal to have indicated on the chat that the two questions he had would have been asked already. So in that score, she would not ask and get to the last member who raised his hand, which is Honorable Mansell, and then we get the responses. It seems, I'm not sure whether Honorable Slepe is totally out of the platform. Maybe he's experiencing network challenges. I hope he's not traveling in between. But we've passed now. Honorable Mansell.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good day, honorable members. Thanks, Honorable Chair, for the presentations that have been made covering both the UIF and the compensation fund and the key areas in terms of progress. But also there were challenges that were noted on both funds, which need to be attended to as a matter of urgency. Some of the issues have already been alluded to in terms of the earlier questions, but I will also raise additional questions. I will indicate where these, in fact, coincide. Chair, with regard to the UIF, there is a point. The first question relates to the point of the not meeting the target, where the budget is in fact underspent as a direct consequence of not filling or delays in not filling the strategic positions due to the organizational structure review that is of the unit or the UIF. So the question would be, how long will the organizational structure review by the PwC take, and what interim plan is in place to fill critical vacant positions immediately, especially in provincial operations, where insufficient monitoring is a primary cause of low performance, to ensure that under-resourcing does not continue to compromise core service delivery targets? That's my first question, Chair. The second question, Chair, relates to the revenue contributions, which again also talks to the 2 points that or coincide with the points that have been raised by Honorable Bagram and Honorable Mkweli. Lastly, that contributions, or that is contributions of revenue, was below budget despite moderate year-on-year growth, which has not been noted at 3.18%, and attributed to lower than projected employer registrations. What aggressive proactive strategies and targets that the UIF is implementing to significantly increase the registration of new employers beyond the 16,000 that has been achieved? And how will the fund address the underperformance in unlisted investments to ensure the long-term sustainability of the fund and its programs, particularly the labor absorption program, the LAB, which Honorable Mkweli has spoken to, and the one part also Honorable Bagram has spoken to. The last point on the UIF, Chair, is that around the presentation note that referred to directorates, which indicates that they have resolved many audit findings. These action plans are still subject to thorough verification, with the overall Q2 achievement for implemented audit action plans that stand at 0%. When will the official verification process be finalized, and what is the specific deadline for achieving the 80% annual target for implemented and verified audit action plans? That's my question. Last question, Chair, on the on UIF. On the compensation fund. On the compensation fund, again, let me appreciate the questions that have been raised earlier on, which goes a long way. But I just want to add just 2 questions around that, which relates to the performance disparity with regard to claims adjudication. While the overall Q2 target for claims adjudication was achieved, which is at 92%, there is significant provincial disparity. Gauteng's performance stood at only 78% of claims adjudicated within 30 working days. What specific interventions are being applied to the Gauteng regions to address this substantial backlog and low performance rate, and what resources or systemic changes are being deployed to ensure equitable service delivery across all provinces? The second question, Chair, relates to the overall performance that is reflected through the trends that have been shown, that around the claims processing indicators. The overall performance trend shows that whilst claims processing indicators, that is in adjudication, reopening requests, and pre-authorization areas, are largely meeting or exceeding targets, the payment dispersal indicator is failing. Given this persistent operational gap, is the compensation fund reviewing its operational strategy to allocate more resources or senior management focus toward post-adjudication and payment verification processes to close the gap between claims approval and actual delivery of funds? Those are the 2 questions, Chair, that I'm adding to the compensation fund. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ansele. That would have been the last question. I will then allow, in the order of presentation, Of course, I do acknowledge that both the ADG and the Deputy Minister are still on the platform. If they would want to add, they will also have the opportunity to do so, especially on those matters that may be just on the part of the department, more than the two entities in that scope. But can we start with UIF to respond to your questions? Just get to be precise in a way so as to still manage the time, as I will start losing members who are traveling
Thank you.
to the House.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to all members for the questions, and also for the inputs that have been made. As we normally say, that we do value these inputs because they are helping us in strengthen our own internal process, and they help provide feedback in addition to the feedback that we would get from clients on how far our interventions are going. So, Chairperson, the question on the ICT and the insufficient monitoring, the first issue to indicate there is that both the UIF and the CF have committed funding. The aim of that funding is to refresh ICT infrastructure, working with the department, so that we don't have service disruptions at labor centers. We advised by the department that they have actually commenced with the procurement process, and then we are going to see some movements from 26-27 financial year. But in addition to that, as I had indicated in my presentation, that internally within the UIF, there is automation that we are doing. And the reason we are doing that automation is so that there's clear visibility on claims that come in. Everything that come in must be seen by beyond the person who receives that application, so that there's proper monitoring of the application itself. So we have introduced a system that allows us to monitor the claims. But in addition, we've also introduced a system that allows our clients to come only to the labor center or to interact with us just once, and any follow-up claims that need to be paid, we have automated that process as well. It is something that came into being earlier on in the financial year, and we are strengthening implementation. That is why I had said that you will see in our numbers for particularly December, January, February, vast improvement in terms of processing. So we're not just waiting for SEP. We are automating internally, and we are augmenting the infrastructure, working in collaboration with both the department and CF. And then on the issues of the deceased claims and the persistent non-achievement of targets, I think it's across all the value chains, the deceased claims, the in-service benefits as well. It's this issue of accountability that we spoke about, that we've now improved our processes such that we have visibility over these claims and are able to mete out corrective action where that is required, and where we have now indicated to members that you will see that in the latter quarters there has been a massive improvement in how we deal with those. And in addition, because at labor centers we are sharing resources between ourselves, across the department, and also CF. For those that are dealing with UIF specific claims, we have now strengthened governance and oversight so that we will be able to mete out corrective action quite quickly without blurring the labor issues. So the DG has helped us that those people are now reporting directly to us so that we can oversight for better impact. On the issues around SARS and the TERS application, it is indeed a concern because of what the scheme seeks to achieve, which is a buffer at a time when an enterprise is upgrading its business proposition so that they can go back into business much stronger than the situation they are currently in. And because of that, we are separating the processes where we will be able to give them an administrative answer quickly so that they will know whether their TERS application is going to be honored or not, and then start the contracting after that. And we are beefing up capacity across the entire value chain, starting first in lab and also with our legal unit, so that we don't continue the cycle of transactions that are in our systems longer than they need to be, and that we start attending to urgent matters urgently. And TERS, particularly as it regards these enterprises that are restructuring, is an urgent request. And then on the issues of employee costs, members are correct to point out that there has been a restructuring that is taking place, and to raise concern about what we are doing in the meantime. And I can report that we're not waiting for just that aspect of the work, that we are in the process of filling posts. The report I have is that we filled 797 posts across our provinces, which is where our service points are at, and that at head office we have also filled about 59 posts. That's where our legal and support services would also be, and we are doing that to strengthen our capacity to implement. And then on the issue of our budget and the fact that we seem to be attracting less registrations. This is also a reflection of the softness of the labor market, given where the economy is at. But on the other hand, we are increasing the ease with which companies can register with us. You would have noted that one of the first few indicators I mentioned was how quickly we register companies, and our target is that we register them within a day when everything is verified. And we're working with the banks to strengthen that. As it comes to how we are dealing with underperforming investments, and also our relationship with the PIC. The PIC is our asset manager, and they perform the role of an asset manager in that they will look at where the lucrative assets are at, and we will give them a mandate on the classes of assets that they can invest in. But eventually they are the ones that are making a decision as an asset manager on particular transactions. We're reviewing that on whether we should be as hands-off as we have been, and that review process is going through the decision making processes of the department. But at the moment, when it comes to actual transaction, it will be the PIC based on their own assessment of potential return that would make that assessment. But like I said, we are also looking at that, especially in light of a number of underperforming assets that we struggled with, that we want to we want a resolution around. And then on what we are doing around LAP and LAP projects, the issue of value for money for LAP. Again, as the minister had indicated, that there has been some projects where we ourselves have looked at and are trying to see with the new lab strategy, how we can extract more value for money, so that as Honorable Mugwele was indicating, that we move away from just in a way putting a bandage on a healing, on a wound, but trying to bring in measures that actually contribute to creating the vibrancy in the labor market. We've got that as part of our review of LAP going forward. And it is true that complaints are coming in. It is also true that we are responding to those complaints much quicker than we have done in the past. Internally, we're monitoring the rate as to whether they are coming in as many as we used to have. We haven't made a judgment view as yet. It's been too short a period for us to do so. But what we are agreeing with members on is that we have improved our response mechanism. And yes, we don't want to operate with our clients on the basis of complaints. We want to operate with them on the basis of a process that they can anticipate and know that those processes will unfold in a particular way. The issues of inspection it's very important, especially on this other class or group of employers who don't adhere to the law, and in some instances have looking to subvert the law by taking what should be contributions to the UIF, keeping it, and not taking it through to the UIF. So the increase in the number of inspectors we are also seeing as an important part of helping us to deal with this unscrupulous employers, or who scrupulous employers who are wanting to deal with employers in an unbecoming manner. And it is true that it is in some of these services sectors that we are seeing that, and we are looking forward to an increased number of inspections to help us deal with that. We are improving monitoring. We have to improve monitoring on lab projects, and we have to hold accountable our lab partners so that where they don't live up to their contractual obligations, we also hold them to account, so that there is value for money for the work that we do. But at the end of the day, the most important thing for unemployment to be resolved is a growing economy. So it is indeed true that we also, from the UIF perspective, have an interest in an industrializing economy, and we are immersing ourselves in these discussions to make sure that whatever solutions that are come up with, those solutions prioritize labor intensity in the nature of our industrialization, so that we don't industrialize and grow, but we have no jobs. And then on the last issue, of the provincial operations, I've dealt with that, that we have streamlined that process, and were assisted to make sure that there is better clarity of roles and responsibilities, and people can hide by being in provinces and not doing their work. We are now going to be holding them accountable. On the issue of tariffs on time, I think that would have been my last issue. We, as I've indicated, we are trying to resolve both our contracting and our agreement to honor a claim, so that businesses will have the peace of mind to continue with the restructuring that they need to continue, knowing that the UIF will honor its end of the bargain, and then we will deal with the issue of contracting. Thank you very much, Chair. I think those were all the questions that were asked of the UIF. Oh, sorry, the last one was on verification and payment. We will have to finalize that verification by the end of the year in preparation for the audit, which is we ending the year in a couple of weeks' time. Thank you, Chair.
Hey, thank you, Chairperson. So I will start with Honorable Maetso. In terms of the compensation fund, we do acknowledge the significant underspending that we have in Program 1, with only 10% obviously in quarter 1 and then falling short of the 25% target in quarter 2. I think we did state that, the shortfall is attributed to the 5 billion doubtful debts. And what the finance team is doing currently, because we are putting processes in place to keep up with the spending and the budget. So what we're doing is that the finance teams are finalizing reconciliations, and they are preparing supporting documents to process the provision within quarter 3. So we're going to ensure compliance with our audit requirements. And then this obviously aligns with our ongoing efforts to manage the debt book and to improve our financial reporting integrity. And then the status of high priority ICT procurement. The assurances that we can give is that the ICT projects that are critical, especially in terms of indicator payment of benefits for enhancing data integrity and automation, have been prioritized. We have them presented at a weekly ICT steerco. And so they should be executed before the end of quarter 4. And what we are doing in this also, we are measuring that, these enhancements directly support payment process improvements, and they reference obviously in our broader operational strategy. And then in terms of ensuring execution of administrative and capacity building expenditures before quarter 4 can end, the assurance that we would like to give is that we are implementing robust monitoring mechanisms. What these do is they include monthly performance reviews at EXCO, and we also have targeted project management interventions so we can accelerate expenditure in the areas in Program 1 where we have under expenditure. Senior management has been tasked with oversight, and we have interdepartmental collaboration between Dell also on the human resource bill there, so we can address the bottlenecks and have timely delivery of our critical projects. So therefore, in summary, what I would like to assure you is that we are taking proactive steps. We're going to finalize the doubtful debt provision. We're going to expedite ICT procurement, and we're going to strengthen oversight so we can ensure all delayed administrative and capacity building expenditures are executed before the end of quarter 4, and which should be in line with the expectations outlined by Portfolio Committee. Then the next question from the same Honorable Maetso is our ROEs and the debt collection and the concerns around that. So the compensation fund, we do recognize that, we have the 551 million in interest, which is accrued on our late ROEs. And it also underscores the persistent challenge of our high statutory receivables, which currently exceed 30 billion. So we don't have a formal appointment of a debt collection panel. It was anticipated later and it's not happening in Q2. But what we have done is we have implemented interim measures. And what these interim measures are is that we've ensured that we have enhanced internal recovery processes. So our finance and debt management teams have intensified the reconciliation and validation of those outstanding employer accounts. And this means that we have direct engagements with employers and we have escalation protocols also so that we can facilitate early settlements and prevent further interest accrual. We also have a good inter-directorate coordination now. We're no longer working in silos. So we're leveraging the collaboration between finance, legal, and ICT so that we can have master data accuracy and we can streamline our data account management. What does this mean? This means that we now have real flagging of payment discrepancies and we outline it in our operational improvements for beneficiary payments. In terms of the automated monitoring tools, we have deployed enhanced monitoring systems, especially with the debt collection, so we can track payments, patterns, and also flag accounts. And then most importantly, what we are doing, Honorable Maetso, is we are engaging with stakeholders, right? So what we want to emphasize is that we do have a lot of employer advocacy sessions, on a monthly basis with all employers. And we try to remind employers of outstanding obligations and also clarify the statutory requirements there. And what we're seeing is that in this direct stakeholder engagement, we then also can resolve discrepancies and encourage compliance. So in conclusion, what I would like to give assurance is that these interim measures are being closely monitored through monthly performance reviews, and they're designed to reduce the statutory receivable balance and improve our cash flow and also minimize our future interest accruals. And what I can assure you is that also we are managing and preparing the file so that when the debt collectors are appointed, they obviously target our high value cases. Okay, then Honorable Bagreem, in terms of the COID regulations, Honorable Bagreem, the COID regulations, there were 4 regulations that were published last year in 2025. I can't remember the exact dates, but they were published for public comment. And we received the public comment, we reviewed the comments, they've been approved, and the regulations have been sent now to the Government Gazette for printing. So we should be expecting them in the first week of March for publication there, where it's approved. And then there are another 3 regulations, which is Section 8 for appointment of panel members, Section 49, our pensions, and Section 85, which we did publish for comments in 14 November 2025. We are currently finalizing the public comments that we received, and we are targeting publication in April 2026. And then with Honorable Bagreem, in terms of employers struggling with registration and getting their letters of good standing, I must highlight that what we had a finding in fraudulent incidents with employer registration. So what we were finding was that employers were doing duplicate registrations and then, declaring lower ROEs. So what happened, and that's why employees were struggling, is because we implemented a fraud kind of logic within our registration system so we could identify duplicate registrations. And I do apologize. It did cause a lot of, havoc and, frustrations. And we have improved that duplicate check. So we are finding now the complaints have subsided and we're seeing better outcomes. But overall, I think in terms of registrations, we do have also a targeted team where we improving and committing to improve on the registration process so that it can be easier for employers and it can also improve compliance for the fund. I also just want to maybe just touch on to say that the ROE season is coming up on the 1st of April. And, we have weekly meetings where we have an ROE project. So the fund is preparing for that so that employers can have a much more smoother interaction with the fund on the ROE process. Honorable Mokwele, in terms of which you rightfully point out, we come here with good statistics, etc. But what is the view of the vulnerable worker on the street? And in terms of compliance, how do we actually measure compliance? I must be honest, measuring compliance in South Africa is quite difficult. We wrote to SARS, we wanted their database also to see what employers they have, but they quoted sections of their act where they didn't want to share the database with us. So we work together with UIF, and then we do take the SIPC database, but I mean, that's obviously for the formal economy, SIPC. And we do comparisons in terms of the employers that we have registered and then the employers that are with SIPC or UIF that are not registered with us. This is something we do every year because in terms of our accrual accounting system that we have to raise estimations, etc. So how do we then measure? How do we improve compliance? We do a lot of advocacy sessions, specifically in the sectors that you said, agriculture. I think thank you for raising hospitality, etc. So I'm going to talk to the team also in terms of hospitality to do much more advocacy sessions in that industry. But with farm workers, we've had last year, especially, we had extensive sessions with farm workers and farmers, and we educated farm workers and even domestic workers on their rights. And employers, farmers, we also want to target, domestic employers in terms of just how do you comply, how does it work, how do you register, etc. So those are the things the measures that we can take in terms of compliance. Yes, the advocacy sessions, but also what we do is we do rely on the inspectors, I think, as the UIF commissioner pointed out, where they have to do inspections and then transfer those back to us where there's non-compliance, so we can follow up on that. I think compliance for us, as you rightfully point out, is a bit of a challenge in the country, especially with the non-formal economy. But the fund is proactively always looking at solutions and conducting advocacy sessions, especially in high-risk industries, to ensure that workers are aware of their rights. Also, I just want to give assurance that under the COID Act, what happens with workers is that even if an employer did not declare to us, the worker is still covered under the COID Act, right? So I'm just giving assurance that workers are entitled to benefit even if an employer has not declared. And with the promulgation of the Act now in January, it actually gives the compensation fund and the commissioner powers now to actually hold the employers that are non-compliant accountable and to get the returns, the ROEs that they've not been declaring, to actually force them now to pay to us, and even to an extent that they will have to even pay the medical costs or the pensions, etc., for the workers that were injured in their workplace. So I think that risk was covered and thought of quite well with the previous CF management who had, done these amendments to cover that risk in terms of workers and for the fund itself. Honorable Nonsele, I'm just going to go to your question quickly. So in terms of, we do acknowledge, right, there is a significant variance in provincial performance. And as you correctly highlight, Gauteng is sitting at 78%, right, against the overall achievement of 92%. So the other provinces are bringing the Gauteng province up, and that's why we're achieving the 92%. So what we're doing is we do have a targeted intervention in Gauteng, especially looking at a work improvement plan so we can address their backlogs and improve their turnaround times. So this is what we're including, and this is what we've implemented. We've enhanced monitoring and performance reviews, especially in Gauteng's operations. So we've intensified the monthly performance reviews with the senior management in Gauteng so that we can identify those bottlenecks and implement corrective actions. Also, in terms of Gauteng, we're also leveraging the digital platforms and the workflow management and also reducing manual delays that we've identified in Gauteng province. And this approach obviously, it mirrors our broader CF capacity building measures. Also, a lot of, majority, Gauteng is the economic hub. And although Western Cape is overtaking Gauteng in terms of the number of claims that we have encountered, I think in Western Cape for Q2, we're sitting at around 27,000 claims that were submitted, and Gauteng, it was about 20,000. So what we are wanting to do, which goes back again, it's the advocacy sessions have been stepped up in Gauteng so that we can get clarity on documentation requirements and also the statutory timelines so we can reduce claims rejection and rework. And then I think the one that can never be understated is obviously training. So we are doing ongoing skills development workshops with the claims adjudicators in Gauteng. And we're focusing obviously from the best practice that we can draw from other provinces so that we can get equitable service delivery across provinces. And then the question 5, which is the gap between claims approval and payment dismissal. So we recognize that, yes, there is a payment verification that remains, an operational bottleneck for us. And these are the following measures that we have implemented. We have, committed additional resources to the post-adjudication and payment verification, processes, especially from the claims and finance directorates. And this does include experienced finance staff and the ICT system analysts so that we can reduce turnaround times. And then on senior management, they have been instructed to focus on the payment dispersal. So now it's a standing agenda item in our weekly ICT steercos, and senior management has to provide, weekly progress and escalate protocols for delayed payments. And in terms of the fund, it's also we are enhancing our automation in payment process. So we just approved also some projects that we can deploy new monitoring tools so we can flag discrepancies and expedite the resolution. These obviously in the steercos have, targeted timeframes that we must complete every week in terms of those actions. And we just also, I think it's always that silo approach and how do you bring people together. So finance, ICT, and operations, at those steercos, which I chair, we're ensuring that the teams are working together also so we can get data accuracy and compliance. Basically, to conclude on that, I just want to say that, the interventions reflect our commitment to equitable service delivery and operational excellence. And obviously, the fund does continue to monitor progress closely and adapt strategies so we can ensure consistent improvement across all provinces and our indicators within our APP. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, CF. May I just check if there are any other points from the ATG and GM? So we close on this item.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, through you, and thank you very much, the honorable members, for asking the questions. On my side, it's just 2 points I just wanted to respond to. is around the issue of the tariffs that the honorable members have correctly identified as being a constraint, and that the applications have not been adjudicated, just to indicate that there has been an intervention from the department in terms of ensuring that we have a speedily way of assessing the applications, whereby the adjudication committee is not going to be sitting once a month, but they should sit weekly to make sure that cases of national importance get particular attention. And the second point I just wanted to respond to, it was the issue of buses. I think the committee had raised the issue of procuring of the buses, leasing versus buying. And I just want the commissioner to probably, through you, Chairperson, to indicate in terms of the number of buses that they'll be procuring and the schedule thereof, and how they will be rolling them out, given the fact that the buses are definitely playing a very critical role, especially reaching the far-flung areas, to ensure that service delivery does take place. So far, we have received some buses for the respective provinces, but the UIC commissioner will be able to give more color in terms of that and more detail, so that you can close on those two critical questions that were asked by the honorable members, if that is fine, Chairperson, to close the matters off. Thank you, Chairperson.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good afternoon to yourself, Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, ADG and the UI acting commissioners and the chairpersons in the meeting. I think from our side, Chair, let's thank the Portfolio Committee for the robust engagement of seeking accountability and raising a number of concerns that are very critical on issues that have been raised. I think from our end as the executive, really, is just for us to emphasize, Chairperson, that the mandate of this department, especially its entities, are very much fundamental about social justice. It's about ensuring that when a worker loses employment, when illness interrupts income, when the maternity protection is required, or when a worker is injured in the course of duty, the state responds with efficiency, dignity, and fairness. But just to say, the Unemployment Insurance Fund and Compensation Fund are really not abstract institutions. They are instruments through which government gives practical expression to the constitutional right to social security and broad objective of consolidating the social wage, and every benefit paid, every claim adjudicated, every medical invoice processed represents a family sustained and measure of economic stability that has been preserved. But just to also say, Chairperson, we definitely welcome the President, reaffirming government commitments, especially on the inclusive growth, decent work, social protection. The pronouncement, Chair, that has been raised of 10,000 labor inspectors, that Honorable Mokwele, and happy birthday to herself, that she raises a concern to say that it's important that as members of also the portfolio of the public is to understand how this is going to be taken up and how is it going to be monitored, but also the application and the process thereof, such that it is that one that is quite open and all that is rather relevant people, especially young people who needs to partake in this, they are given a fair chance. I think from our end, the President was very clear with us to say the 10,000, he also employed the department to make sure that the part of the training thereof to address what Honorable Mokwele says around the issues of the training, such that that training, it's fit for purpose and it deals with that issue of this inspection, and so that the enforcement part of it and the services that are enhanced in the workplace, specifically on issues of compliance. The President also spoke about the 2.5 million job opportunities that have been created through the presidential employment stimulus. That program obviously continues to serve as a critical buffer, Chair, of poverty and employment dealing with that, particularly on young people and women, and that reflects that progressive orientation of the state confronting the structural inequality. Basically, my point around it, when we speak about the labor survey and what comes out, and I think that it's important that as much as the lived reality might want to question the science of it, I think it's for us to also take note of all these interventions that have been made, such that it also speaks to the statistics that has really increased, or that 44,000 driven by the formal sector. It is important for us to also note that, and I think the question that we also have to ponder on, Chair, as the committee as well moving forward, will be to also try to come closer to the informal sector of it, because you find that also the informal sector, because of it's not being formalized, it does also definitely add up in terms of that. Just the last point, the legislation, Chairperson, that the minister will be presenting in the cabinet memo today that she had to leave on the issue of labor law amendment and the labor relations amendment bill, it's a signal for that determination to modernize labor market regulation in line with these changing economic conditions while safeguarding worker rights. And this reforms, Chair, must be a balanced flexibility with security, productivity with protection, and growth with its equity. It's something that we needed to note. The point on when it comes to giving workshops in terms of COIT itself, it's important, Chair, also as members of Parliament as well, in your constituencies with public as well, you also call the department to also come bring this advocacy to educate people of their rights, be it employers and those ones who are employees, of their rights and the opportunities that of including the TERS program. That is very important, that ailing companies that needs to be addressed. A point that Honorable Mayeto was making, that it's quite important. There should also be reporting lines to say what has been the progress around it, where are these companies, especially the process of application, be it with CCMA, UIF, and PSA. I think from my side, being given the delegated of PSA part of it, one will also come closer to it with CCMA and UII and sit them down so that we also deal with this issue around applications, such that companies are also not frustrated with the bureaucracy part of it. But let me thank you so much, Chair, and also with all the officials for the work that they do, especially the acting UI commissioners, the ladies at the helm. As you can see, this is run by ladies, be it from the ADG, the UI commissioners, and including the minister herself, for the good work that they give themselves to, and with the compassion and passion that they also always resemble. Thank you so much, Ndoribu Chairperson.
No, thank you, Deputy Minister. Of course, this is the time when got also other people around the traveling time. But let me thank you for responses to questions that would have been asked by members. And of course, usually in the responses, there may be matters that members may want to follow up, but given the time, I think let's agree that an attempt has been made to respond to the questions. And if there are further issues, they can also be taken up in writing, also, which is an important opportunity, because responses in writing are also important for record. May I just say then the following, that I think from where the committee sits, given the presentations, we've congratulated the points where there are improvements, but we still believe that more still needs to be done, especially as it relates to areas of the ICT, as well as specific intervention in the content space. It's in the economic part of the, but also because it's an area that should not be getting problems from a point of infrastructure available and so that's an area we need to really improve on. The part about tariffs and applications, I would want to ask where there are specifics like those raised by Honorable Mareto, that members could also submit those to the chair. I think more importantly is really not just about an approval that's received, but I think in the main it is also being kept updated on where matters are in a way that helps members to respond to their constituencies as they speak to them. Otherwise, it then doesn't help much that there's a lot of promotion in this regard on the programs that we have, that we as members ourselves can provide proper answers in this regard. So I would plead that we do that. So as a way of keeping the monitoring side that the responses are coming through. So even the response that goes to the member, it helps that it gets through the system so that the office would also know from the side of the chair that there's been responses in this regard. So I just want us to make this point to help the process going forward. Otherwise, we thank you for making time and the part on the presentations now, so that we get to two matters of the committee. One being the minutes quickly, and then the other being the briefing, which is the update on the study tour. Thank you, GM and the team.
Thank you, Chair.
So I release you whilst the committee supports the minutes of the 28th of Jan 2026, which was also about total of course and the minutes as a member of the C. Consider your attendance so that it helps us at the end since who was present, and apologies.
Chair, sorry to interrupt. I'm not sure if I'm the
Yes.
only one, but
On what day?
there's people speaking in the back. I think somebody is unmuted.
I just hope it's not on my side because, like I said, we're already traveling, but I've put my earphones on. I hope it's not on my side. The minutes are therefore presented. We get movers and the opportunities. Can we get a mover and second?
Honorable Nunsala Chair.
Honorable Nonsala, can you
Yes.
Can I get a second? Honorable Maeto. You seem to be struggling to hear Honorable Maeto.
There's Honorable Mbele on the platform. Honorable Maeto is not in.
Maybe the traveling.
Chair,
Yes, Honorable Maeto.
yes, I
I
second
seconding the
the
minutes.
minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Maeto. Honorable
Chair. Chair. Chair.
Yes, exactly, Willie.
I think the background noise, me. These people are disturbing us. We are concentrating.
No, the second now. Can you just check if there's any objection in adoption of minutes? No. So the minutes are adopted. Are you objecting, William Bell?
Chair. Chairman.
Yes, I can hear you. I'm checking on what point are you objecting the adoption
No,
of
no, I
minutes.
was saying there is a background noise, man. Ask members to mute their mics so that we can finish.
All right, now we are done with the adoption of minutes, which concludes the part of the formal agenda. But I'd ask that we use this time to just get the updates with regard to the study tour. Let me start so that they get in on the logistical issues. Is that whilst we were preparing for the meeting, there's also been an update that there are new developments which affect our study tour. The first being the committee on human study tour was postponed in January to the time slot that we were given. Secondly, where the president is also visiting Brazil on the 10th. So in that way, given the staff capacity in our embassy on that side, then there are difficulties, and therefore the embassy would have requested that we take ours to the 21st to the 28th March. Of course, you would know that it also took a bit of time to get the approval on our side, which only came through finally on Monday. So to avoid having many challenges again, would have agreed to the agents, to the embassy, because it will make no point in any way if there are those challenges that we force getting through and not be attended. That we work on this and then make the amendment of the date application to the House Chair and the Speaker in that score. So would await that aspect. From where I'm sitting, from the point of the chair of the committee, the direction I would have given would have been that we proceed with other preparations because we had already got the approval financially and so on, which meant that almost all our committee members would be able to go, depending on their availability, of course, in the period concerned. so that those who need to do fever certificates are able to still do that. Of course, it does give us a bit of time for preparation and also see adaptability to some of the things in that way. This also means that the briefing next week is we needed to have an item from the register side, which would appear that there are still problems there. I've since also indicated that we can use that time to put in an additional item for the agenda, which will be the briefing by the International Relations People in Parliament on how we prepare for such trips as we represent Parliament. So that's, I think, where, but we can get, as I say, logistical and other updates from both the Committee Secretary and in that spot. And then I'll allow members to comment. Secretary and I'm not sure if it's on my side. I can't hear either the Committee Secretary or Mr. Dwayne.
Oh, Chair, it's me, Committee Secretary. It's just that I couldn't hear you properly. I'm not sure what I must actually say because you were not very clear because of the background. So, but Portia is able to can say something about the vaccination through you, Chair.
Okay, I can hear you. Mr. Dabeni, you are showing being muted on my side.
Good afternoon, members. I just wanted to give a brief update regarding vaccination. The information that I've previously communicated is slightly changing. Wellness unit in HR is busy arranging appointments for members starting from the 19th of February, which is tomorrow, until the 28th. But we're waiting for the clinic to confirm the available slots. So once I get the available slots, I will be calling individual members to make arrangements at the times that they are available. Thank you, Mayor.
Honorable members, that's it. If there are clarities, can either engage them now or also do them directly with Mr. Dabeni, who is working on the logistical arrangements. I don't see then any hands. I will take it that it suffices for now, and therefore we can adjourn formally and meet in the house.
Yes, Chair. Agreed, Chair.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.